All right, a very good morning, everybody. This is day 2 of Reuters Next. A warm welcome to everyone in the room here in New York, and of course to everyone joining us virtually around the world. My name is Axel Threlfall. I'm editor-at-large with Reuters, and I'll be guiding us through another carefully curated program here on the world stage today. I think the energy on the stage and in this room yesterday was outstanding and quite infectious, and our aim is to keep that going throughout the day today as well. In fact, our aim at Reuters is to spread that infectious energy and that buzz and that knowledge worldwide. We've seen the same at events in Singapore, ReutersNEXT Asia in Singapore, Next Gulf back in October, Next London launches in June of next year, and then of course we're back in New York in December. So truly a global club of Next events. Lots lined up before we close at about 3:45 this afternoon, and quite an eclectic mix once again. The future of television, the geopolitics of space, a frank review of 2025 from our bold but I think equally humble Breaking Views columnists, what they got right and what they got wrong in their predictions book. We have CEOs from Estee Lauder, Ferrovial, SAP and more, so lots to get our teeth into. There are a few bits and pieces that I need to mention before we start. Once again, a mix of panels and firesides today. Most will be hosted by Reuters journalists. We are guided, of course, by our trust principles, free and fair conversation, nothing off the table. There will also be a few sessions, as we saw yesterday, hosted by our commercial colleagues at Reuters events. If we need to leave the premises, an alarm will sound. Exit the building by the nearest exit. If you lose your badge, go grab it at another one at reception. It'll be hard to get in without it. There's live captioning via the homepage of the Reuters Events app. Please let us know what you think, again, about everything you hear and see today. It'll help us make sure we get things right next year. And finally, please do get involved in the sessions. Your questions always contribute to that energy I was talking about. So send them through the app and we'll put those on the screen. I do want to mention as well the tree out there. I don't know if anyone's seen that VR tree experience that's on offer out here. I really urge you to do that. It is fantastic. I'm not going to tell you anything more about it, but it's quite an experience. So do have a go at that in the breaks or at lunch. Right, we start today with the entertainment industry. We ask how leaders in this space are juggling widespread disruption while staying true to the art of compelling viewing, and how are audiences reacting. Reuters US entertainment and business correspondent Dawn Chmielewski will lead this conversation, and she will introduce her panel. Dawn, come on up. Where are you? Here she comes.
Thanks so much. Give me a moment to introduce our guest this evening, or this morning. Geez, I guess I haven't had enough coffee. So allow me to introduce Mike Schur, who is the creator of such hit TV shows as The Good Place and A Man on the Inside. He's co-creator of Parks and Rec and Brooklyn Nine-Nine, and the executive producer of one of my favorite shows, Hacks and The Office. Mike, come on out. And next we have Perlina Ibokwe. She's the chairman of NBC Universal's television studios, NBC Entertainment, Peacock Scripted, and basically all the fun stuff. Come on out. Good morning. So let's talk about the end times. Look, everyone in this room knows that television, traditional television, is in decline, but we're in a moment where people are viewing more entertainment than ever before, thanks to streaming and social media. So I was hoping that we could talk about how you create shows like Hacks that get noticed in a crowded environment.
Well, you create them the way you've always created them, which is to say you come up with an idea that you think is compelling and good. You work with talented people who know how to cast shows and how to design them. And at some level, the question of whether it sparks something, catches on, finds a viewership is out of your hands. The only thing you can control, you have to be stoic about it, I think, in the sense that you say, well, what I can control is this good? Is it well conceived? Is it saying something about the world in which we live? And if you control that to the best of your ability, then you have to trust that whatever combination of zeitgeist capturing and algorithmic viewing habit leads to people actually watching it and talking about it. People have not lost their interest in storytelling. I firmly believe that. They want to see good stories. They want to see them well told and well acted and well directed. And so if I control what I can control to the best of my ability, the rest is sort of up to the fate of the universe. And by the way, that's not different from how it's always been. It's more complicated now, but it has always been the case that you make something good and you don't know whether anyone's going to care. And so, you can drive yourself crazy trying to outflank and outguess this new system, this new world that we're in. Or you can just say, I'm going to make this and I'm going to assert to the world that it is good and trust that people will find it somehow or another.
I will say I'm going to take issue with your premise of TV
the end times.
Yes, and TV being in decline. I think it's in transition or it's evolving, because I think in some ways we're all consuming more entertainment than we've ever done before. We're doing it in different ways. And I think linear broadcast television, in the way we've known it, perhaps isn't the most dominant way that we consume it. But, I think what people call television, what my 20-year-old calls television versus what I call television, different definitions, right? So I don't know if it's in decline. It's just evolving. How about that?
That's fair.
Yeah.
Talk to me about your collaboration, how you two came to work together, and how that's evolved with the times.
Well, Perlina is an extremely cruel and mean person. And so she screams at me a lot.
I heard she was a screamer.
Creator executive relationships are a bit like arranged marriages in the sense that I've been at this company for 30 years now, almost. Perlina had worked in the Showtime Paramount universe, and then came over here 20.
They've had 15 years? Yeah.
So it's been 10 years now. And so you don't, neither of us gets to choose the other. But the process of working together has been, I would say, publicly, so that she can't yell at me, extremely easy. Like it's a very good relationship. It's very respectful in both directions. Like, she has always been a person who has taken the attitude of, like, make what you think is good, and we will do our best to find an audience and to produce it to the best of our ability. And I have always taken the position of, like, I think I understand what the company is looking for, and if I don't, I will ask questions and learn what they're looking for. And so it's been, as far as these things go, and I have a lot of friends at a lot of companies, and we talk all the time about our arranged marriages, and I think mine functions at a much higher level than most. So I'm very grateful for that. It's been a truly it's been a very, very, very good creative experience.
Well, as you can see, Mike is very gracious, which is one of the reasons why we so enjoy working with him. And yeah, when I came to the studio, obviously Mike was one of the creators at our studio. And you look around and you see who are the people you're working with, right? And for me, I feel like my job really is to try to be a good picker, right? To try to pick the best people, the most talented people, and Mike has an incredible track record, some of which you heard. And then my job is to, I know you hear this a lot, but to get out of their way, trust their record. And I will say, not everyone gets the same benefit that Mike gets because of who he is. But it really is to try to support talent, in the best way possible, if you very much feel that you have the right people. So I have the pleasure of working with people, like Mike or Tina Fey or Lorne Michaels or Dick Wolf. And for the most part, when they call me and tell me I want to do X, my job is to say, okay, how can I help you do, help you do X?
Right. Can we talk about comedy in the contemporary?
No.
We're done. Go home. Talk to me about how you go about creating comedy at a time when we're so divided politically. Can you talk about your approach to comedy? Forgive me, we won't make this a terrible academic exercise, but it really is sort of interesting challenge that it seems like you've managed to navigate.
Well, comedy is an enormous umbrella term, right? So there's not one kind of comedy. The kind of comedy I like to write usually involves groups of people who are in what I would call chosen families. I haven't in my career written a lot of actual family, like nuclear family stories. It's more workplace comedies, and those are chosen families because, as in the original British Office, there's a great line where the character Tim says, you spend 8 hours a day with these people, and the only thing you have in common is that you happen to share a bit of carpet with them. And I always thought that was sort of a beautiful way to look at it. And so that has been my milieu generally. And, the world ebbs and flows and changes, and different people have different, effects on that world from a government level or from a political level. But people still go to work. They still have to share a bit of carpet with a large group of people that they didn't choose to share that carpet with. And those dynamics are eternal, I think. And the themes behind groups of people having to make it work in some scenario or another, that is still the case today. So I have tended to sidestep, to some degree, whatever the flavor of the week is, or the person who everyone is talking about in the world, and that is a benefit. I made the show The Good Place, and The Good Place ran from 2016 to 2020.
Right.
A tricky period of American entertainment history. all of the characters in The Good Place were dead, and they didn't know what was happening on Earth. And so that was just a fortunate coincidence that we didn't have to talk about anything that was happening on Earth, because they were all dead. So sometimes it's just happens to be that the project you're working on sidesteps some of the thornier issues naturally. Sometimes you have to choose whether you're going to engage or not. But people still work in offices, and people still want to laugh. And as long as that's true, I think it will be possible to write good workplace comedy shows.
In terms of politics, there's one area where contemporary events are really core to the experience, and that is late night. I mean, it's a format that NBC pioneered with Steve Allen, and it's in an interesting juncture. So it's struggling financially, and it's also become like this new battlefield in our discussions about free speech. You well know that President Trump has called for Seth Meyers to be fired. So, Perlina, that is now part of your purview, under your purview. How do you navigate this difficult terrain, and what's the path forward?
Well, I think as you noted, late night is really a part of the fabric of NBC, very much so, right? I think one of the reasons why it's been such a format that has lasted this long is that late night is sort of the way that we all, at the end of the day, process what has happened, in the world, and sometimes in a humorous way, right? And we've done that for 75 years, and that means in every single political environment. And I think the most successful, and the reason why it's been successful is because it's an equal opportunity commentator, right? And I think for us going forward to remain successful, we have to continue to do exactly that. And I think that one thing that's really interesting right now is that in some ways late night has never been more relevant, right? And so, we have to do it what we've always done, which is, for us, Seth Meyers, Jimmy Fallon, Lorne Michaels, and the SNL team. That's our late night, lineup. They're going to continue to comment on, society and social issues the way they've always done. So that's really, when you ask, how are we dealing with the moment, we're going to continue to do what we've been doing really successfully for 75 years.
Right. And that means supporting your late night comedians and SNL?
I would hope if you would ask Lorne, Jimmy, and Seth that they would say to you, we continue to support them the way we always have. And I think if you watch any one of those shows, you would say, yeah, they've been consistent in who they are. And those shows are different, right, in the way they address social commentary. But I think they would say, for as long as we've been on the air, we've been the same, and nothing has really changed.
How do you deal with sort of the changes in the audience? I know that I'm perhaps a wimpy human who can't stay up until 11 o'clock, 11:30 at night, and go to sleep with the late night show, as people maybe did in a generation earlier. But I am enjoying the commentary on social media next, but the economics aren't the same. So what does the new business model look like, or is it, how are you solving that equation?
Specifically for
late night.
For late night?
I mean, but it's true also of SNL.
Yeah.
To some degree.
Yeah. I mean, I think you bring up a really great point there in that, the digital world, the digital age, and social media has really allowed the reach and relevance of late night to extend even further than just the people who are watching from 11 to 11:30, 11:30 to 12, or to 1. I think it is what we've seen is we're monetizing that digital space. We're also I think Jimmy Fallon, for us in our company, Jimmy, he has become a little bit more of the face of our company. So Jimmy's brand has extended in so many other ways that bring value, to the company. I think Jimmy, and SNL and Seth create incredible value for our affiliates. So there are ways that, we are able to create value from those shows that aren't necessarily what, on a P&L in terms of dollars and cents. And those are as important to us as anything else. So, those are the things that we're looking at when we're assessing, late night.
Can we talk, another new area of your portfolio is Peacock, which is, still smaller than some of its rivals, as everyone in this room knows. What sorts of stories are right for Peacock, and what are you looking at? And I'm hoping, Mike, you can talk about your forthcoming project in this context. How do you bring more viewers to that platform?
Yeah, well, look, the streaming space, as you said, it's incredibly competitive, right? We're up against, I don't need to give my competitors any more airtime, but
we know that.
Yes, you do. It is, for us, we look at, one of the wonderful things about Peacock is that Peacock is a part of a larger ecosystem, right? Where it's not just the one business of streaming. We also have this broadcast network called NBC that we're attached to. And we also have this highly branded cable network called Bravo that we're attached to. And they bring incredibly vibrant and large and devoted audiences. And so we talk about how can we make, these streaming shows or premium shows for the people who are also already in our ecosystem who love what we do on NBC, the dramas and the comedies that we make on NBC, and those audiences, who love all the housewives and all the shows that we do for Bravo. So, we think a lot about, and we also have a huge sports portfolio, in our company. So we think about very much how do we address those audiences in particular. And so right now we have a show on our platform called All Her Fault that Sarah Snook and Dakota Fanning are starring in. And it's been incredibly successful because it's been, it reaches one of our core audiences, that there's a female audience that's, leaning very much into this female-led mystery, thriller, which is another core tenet of our company, of people who watch, say, SVU, And so that has really worked when we really target who are the people already in our ecosystem, obviously with a great show, extremely well executed show.
Mike, you're working on a new project now with one of your longtime collaborators, Amy Poehler. Do you have a moment to talk about that?
No.
Okay. We'll be ending early.
I just like doing a panel and just saying no to every question.
Excellent. I won't ask any more open-ended questions then.
I will say before I talk about it that there's another aspect of Peacock that I think is very exciting to creators, which is that when I was a kid, so I'm 50, and when I was a kid, seeing the NBC Peacock and hearing the chime was like it created a Pavlovian response in me, which was I'm about to see something I'm going to like. Like that was where all the shows were that I liked. That's where Cheers was, and that's where Seinfeld was, and that's where Family Ties was. And there was, we talk about sometimes how one of the things that has gotten blurred in the contemporary landscape is branding. But I think that NBC still has a brand, especially when it comes to comedy. And that brand is just, I don't even know that you can describe it. It just means that funny people are going to be doing funny things, and the shows are going to be well wrought and made with a certain amount of care and love and attention. And Peacock to me, is like the natural extension of that brand, such as it still exists. And Amy Poehler, so I met Amy Poehler when I was writing at Saturday Night Live in the year 2001. And she just is an NBC person, and I don't know how I can explain that any better than just stating it as a fact. And so, when we were doing Parks and Recreation, it was like, well, that's the person. Like, she's an NBC person. This is an NBC show. And so she, after Parks and Rec ended, which was 2014 or something, she became a producer and a director and did a lot of behind-the-scenes work in those arenas. And then a year ago or so, she called me and said, I have an idea. I read a book about women who work on an archaeological dig site in Greece, and I want to make it into a show. And I mean, it was a real run, don't walk thing for me. Like, she's 1 in a million, that lady, and I will follow her anywhere. So she and I have been developing it. We just had our first read-throughs for the scripts 2 days ago. We start shooting in January, and it's going to be really great, I think. And to me, like, the way that you compete, if you're Peacock, it's my home team. The way that you compete is by making shows that continue that feeling that 10-year-old Mike had when that chime happened and you saw the brand, by making things that you think are worthy of that brand. And I very much believe that the show will be worthy of that brand.
I understand that Perlina even gave a dramatic reading of your pilot script.
Of the opening scene.
The opening scene, yes.
Which is hilarious, and I don't do dramatic readings often. And by the way, it is Amy's first time. First of all, the fact that Amy and Mike are reuniting, since Parks, you knew the project was going to be special. And Amy hasn't been, in front of the camera on a
She's been in front of the camera, but not in a
yeah.
TV show as the
Yeah,
lead.
as the
this
lead.
is very much her show. Yeah.
Since Parks, so
Yeah.
we're very excited. And as he said, yes, for us, it's about how do we extend the brand. For us, Peacock is a brand extension of everything that has been great about NBC for it will be 100 years next year.
Well, all right, it's time for us to give the audience a chance to ask some questions. And you've got some great ones. Let's see. There was a question about diversity. I know that it sort of scrolled past. If you could find it, I'd love to be able to ask it. Or not. There we go. So one audience member asks, from your vantage point, where have you seen real measurable progress in diversity? And is the industry still mostly talking rather than changing behavior?
I would say that where I've seen the most measurable progress, I think the most impactful progress is in the behind the scenes in writers' rooms. Writers' rooms, directors. Clearly, as I think our country was going through large social upheaval in 2020, it was a moment where I think there was a realization that perhaps, a lot of industries, and I think our industry in particular, really took a look at itself and said, how can we offer more opportunities to, there are lots of other talented people, in the business. And I believe that's where, we did a really great job of being more inclusive, and especially in the writers' rooms. And there's so many talented, people that we found that we, because the industry wasn't looking before. And I think a lot of those people have been successful. And even though, look, I think everywhere there's a little bit of backtracking, of what has happened. But I think once you open up the box, it's very hard to go completely backwards. And so I'm just really excited that we now have, I think, much more diverse writers' rooms and people who create shows in Hollywood. So that's where I think the most impact has happened.
I wrote for a show called The Comeback, Lisa Kudrow show. It was on HBO in 2004. And it was like there was a show within a show. And on the show within a show, there was the writer's room. And the writer's room was like 11 guys and one very sad lady. And that was a joke, but also like the reality of what writer's rooms at the time really were. And you couldn't do that joke now because it wouldn't make sense. At the time, everyone who worked in writers' rooms was like, yep, that checks out. But that has changed so dramatically that I think that's real measurable progress just in that one arena that you can see everywhere. I don't think any writers' rooms exist like that anymore. So that's good news.
And made the shows better.
Yeah, by the way.
Yeah. Mike, one of our audience members asks, it says that you've created series that are optimistic. Has the last decade of polarization changed how you write about morality and community? In 20 seconds.
I would say it's made it more relevant. The Good Place was explicitly about morality and about ethics, and it turned out to be a very good time to be writing about those subjects. But no, it hasn't changed it. I mean, I think there are certain shows that were written certain ways that if you did them now would perhaps seem naive. But so you couldn't write them in the same way. But the subjects of morality, optimism, community, those things are more relevant to me now than they ever have been. And I don't think that just because the country may have taken on a slightly different tenor from what it was 10 years ago means that writing about those subjects is any less important or relevant.
That is a perfect way to end. Thank you both for your time. Really
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
We're exiting.
To Dawn, Paulina, and Mike, great way to start the day. Great way to start the day. So thank you very much for that. Now, look, we don't want you to leave this space, but there is plenty happening on our other stage today, Crossroads Hub 2 space. It's the AI stage. The first workshop there starts in about 5 minutes. Identifying risks before they make news headlines is the title of that one. Here, though, on the world stage, we're going to continue with something equally compelling, the geopolitics of space. I'm really looking forward to this one. The first time we've looked at this subject on our next stage. The explosive mix of war, of commerce, and diplomacy in orbit. I won't say any more. I'll let our moderator do that. He's Joey Roulette, Reuters space reporter. What a great title that is, Joey. Joey's going to introduce his panel. Come on up.
Thank you all for being here. We have an exciting topic today, talking about space. I'm Joey Roulette, the space reporter for Reuters, and I'm joined by an awesome lineup of space professionals here. We have Kathy Reuters, former director of human spaceflight, or head of human spaceflight at NASA, and then space operations, and then you were at SpaceX, heading their Starbase facility, which is where Starship is built. And then we have Audrey Schaefer, former director of space policy at the National Security Council at the White House, and John Plum, who was the first Assistant Secretary of Defense for Space Policy until last year, and now you are at K2 Space, a satellite manufacturing startup. So yeah, I figured we would jump into it talking about the moon, which is an evergreen topic. That's where China and the US are racing to establish a long-term presence. It's sort of a focal point in the global political competition in space. First question for anyone who wants to take it, why are we going back to the moon?
So I wanted to start out by saying we are going back. We did land on the moon. NASA did land on the moon. There was a lot of controversy about that, but I can confirm NASA did launch. I've seen the moon rock. I think Jared Isaacman had his confirmation hearing yesterday, and I think this idea of competition, it just gets people going, right? And I think obviously now that we're in everybody this new space race, it creates energy for financing and funding and that competition. But I do feel like just from an operational perspective, in my experience, you will learn if you're really going to be in doing exploration. We will learn more, just like we did with the International Space Station, being in LEO. We will learn more doing operations, days away rather than years away. But also we found that when you get there, you end up finding all these new reasons to be there.
And for the defense side, I guess, too, Space Force, Space Command, they're very interested in cislunar space, the area around the moon. Why do we care about that?
Well, I'll just say you do hear a lot of military professionals talking about cislunar space, which is really the entire volume of space from roughly GEO out to the moon, which is 3 days worth of space travel. And part of it is, what are our potential adversaries even doing out there? Shouldn't we at the very least have awareness of what China may be doing in the area around the moon? There's some interesting orbits that if you're an aerospace engineer like me, you can go play with. But there's some interesting things you can do out there. And there's just this general concept of, if I don't even know what's going on, how can I even react? So there is, part of that is one of the things that the military talks about.
Yeah. So the current moon race has a lot of involvement with private companies, particularly SpaceX. I assume a lot of people have heard that company. And Kathy, when you were at NASA, you picked SpaceX's Starship to be the moon lander that will get NASA astronauts back to the moon. I can't remember what the target date was at that time, but right now the deadline is 2028. China's trying to get there by 2030. So based on what you saw when you were evaluating SpaceX's Starship proposal, is SpaceX's progress today consistent with what they pitched when you were looking at that at NASA on Starship?
Well, I'd say looking at all the proposals, everybody's jobs were really hard. And so when you looked at everything that everybody had to do, and as we know, when we're doing a pretty significant development, you've got to get through all the steps to achieve kind of like your goals, right? So I'd say, Joey, they're definitely working through their goals. Are they working through them as fast as they want to? I would say definitely not. I think anybody that does development, and as you know, I spent 20 years doing development, I also never had each of my goals met perfectly either, right? So, but I do think it's super important that they're making those steps along the way, and that there's also competition also making steps along the way too. Yeah. I think that's the big advantage of doing it with the commercial companies, is that you actually have, now we have really multiple providers that are out there with SpaceX and Blue Origin building landers. And right. Now there's a lot of talk about maybe even another one, but we'll see. It's kind of fun to see all the work that's going on around there.
Yeah.
Hey, Joe, if I could, I mean, just to build on what Kathy said and go back to your original question, space is hard. It is still hard. It was hard in the 60s. It's still hard now. It's technologically very complex. And so when we think about why we go back to the moon, it is part of a broader technological competition with China. I mean, it's why we went to the moon in the 60s when we were competing with the Soviet Union. And it's part of this great power competition. It forces and challenges our industry to do hard things, which of course result, in spin-offs that you and I enjoy every day in our lives. But it also just pushes the state of the art from a technological perspective. It drives economic activity. And it's just, great powers do great things.
Yeah. And how we're doing it is way different. When we did it before, it was very NASA-centric, NASA getting it done. When the Apollo program died, all that technology died. It was like it was like a wasteland, right?
And I want to get to that in later, because that's a really good point. You mentioned Jared Isaacman. He's the current nominee for NASA administrator, and right now the agency is led by Sean Duffy, who's also the head of the Department of Transportation. Duffy, in the past few weeks, had opened up SpaceX's contract to allow other companies to try to bid for landing on the moon. There hasn't been a formal RFI yet, but he was not satisfied with SpaceX's progress developing Starship so far. But kind of moving onto the China part of the moon, the US and China are kind of targeting similar regions of the south pole of the moon. Should there be coordination between the United States and China at all on trying to get there?
Yeah, absolutely. And in fact, I want to take your question. I actually want to bring it a little closer to Earth if I could, and then we can zoom back out to the moon. So right now, there are literally thousands of satellites orbiting the Earth. There's about 13,000, almost 14,000 active satellites, and most of those are in low Earth orbit. And there are a few types of orbits that are just more useful for the kinds of applications that we rely on space for here on Earth, which means that while space is really big, there are certain places in space that are becoming more crowded. And you need coordination between satellite operators to avoid just like collisions, basic space flight safety stuff. And for years and years, the US has tried to engage China to be kind of like a good partner in having those conversations, because the last thing anybody wants is an accident in space. And we're finally, and I say this having worked on this issue for over a decade when I was in government, we are finally starting to see the fruits of that labor, where just about a month ago, maybe 2 months, China actually reached out to NASA to coordinate a space safety issue. And so I think that's incredibly promising. And when you think about these areas on the lunar surface, which again, like in low Earth orbit, there are a few places on the moon which are just more interesting because they have resources or because of their geography. If we're going to have two different, moon bases, there absolutely needs to be lines of communication between those.
Can I just take that a little farther? So I think we have over-indexed on competition with China, and the right way to do geopolitics is both competition and cooperation.
What do you mean by over-indexed?
If everything about the U.S. government is standoff with China, that is not a way to promote peace and stability. It is not a way to look forward. And frankly, when it comes to scientific exploration, it's a pretty inefficient way to do things. But so when I think about what is the kind of low-hanging fruit on what we might do with China, to me, human space flight is really interesting. We've had astronauts stranded in space. They've had astronauts stranded in space. I think all of our docking systems are compatible because there is an international docking standard. There's no international spacesuit standard. They're not even in the United States. Even our spacesuits are incompatible in the U.S. They should, I think, looking for a way to coordinate with China, both for low Earth orbit at our space stations, and extending that to a future where we're both on the moon, whether that's in 2 years, we'll see, but in some number of years where we actually have places where people can be on the moon, you definitely want, for emergency situations, compatibility.
And, part of that coordination was really, if you look at the timing, it's when they were doing on-orbit operations, right? So once both of you start operating in the same area, you start realizing why it's very, very important to be working together. I mean, it's honestly why NASA was pushing the Artemis Accords, which were kind of brought out during the first Trump administration as a way to start establishing rules and having the different countries sign up to kind of standard rules for how to operate together on the moon.
One quick point I want to make to that is that it fluctuates, right? Like the extent of coordination between the U.S. and China. I think you mentioned there were some promising signs of coordination, but then sometimes
The bar is so low. So Russia, right? I mean, the International Space Station, the NASA program, have been a history of entangling Russia and the United States. And obviously, just that alone is not enough to keep the two countries at peace. But even right now, we have cosmonauts and astronauts on the space station. So it is just one part of a geopolitical play, and I think we've become quite short-sighted about how to use space to that advantage.
Yeah, and so the private sector is apparently, pretty heavily involved in both sides of it, right? There's an industry in China. Of course, there's more links between the industry and the government in China. But then in the U.S., of course, there's a lot of companies vying to participate in this Artemis program. That's what NASA's flagship lunar effort's called. What's in it for the companies? I mean, and where are the parts either on the moon or in orbit that are better for companies, and what should be better for purely government-owned operations? Anyone?
Well, Joey, I kind of want to turn it around. I saw a statistic, I can't even say that word, statistic, that there's now over 80 space agencies across the world, right? So there are lots of countries out there that are looking for people to deliver their science, their payloads to space. And so what's different, I think, right now is that there is this larger government market that is really looking for industry to be able to come in with solutions, right? And so this idea of what's purely government-owned and what's purely commercially owned is changed by what have been like kind of these very straightforward rules 30, 40 years ago. I really feel like obviously companies have to meet the government standards for security and but the government really benefits by companies being out there and thinking of ways to be able to solve the problems that the government has. It used to be before, it'd be the government would be telling them, this is exactly how I want you to build something, because you don't know what you're doing. And that's how we treated industry. And now it's more high level, here's the kinds of things that I would like you to be bringing solutions to the table for me to be able to work through that. So I think it's just, I mean, if you look at the Trump announcement yesterday, Golden Dome, 1,000 suppliers, you know, you're like, that is, it's just a new way of kind of creating capability.
Can we just talk about that and maybe pivot to Department of Defense commercial acquisition? So I think this question of should it be government-owned or contractor-owned, that's not really at the heart of what we're trying to accomplish, both in industry and this administration, I believe, not speaking for them, for commercial integration. The whole point is we've spent decades in a system that's a bloated bureaucracy where we buy really expensive things from the primes, where we've got a system that has incentivized cost overruns in exquisite cost because the government just keeps doling out more and more money to buy the thing we need. And if we can flip that around and say, I have a problem, who can solve it at the best price, that is the kind of thing that could speed us up. And that's where this kind of explosion of commercial industry folks, including my company, including Audrey's company, who are working on commercial solutions to hard problems that have commercial problem set, but also national security problem set. How can we use that to the Department of Defense, or in NASA's case, and not as versed myself there, or in NASA's case, how can we use that to do things cheaper and faster? Two things that the government acquisition process does not encourage. They encourage slow, methodical cost overruns. And we have to get out of that. We spend $1 trillion a year just on the Department of Defense alone. We should get a lot more capability for what we're spending.
Yeah, and it's certainly not a perfect system, right? I mean, there are a lot of companies that are racing to meet this government demand, as I'm sure you all know, having just, currently in the private sector. And particularly on Golden Dome, which you mentioned, that's Trump's flagship, missile defense project. In some areas it's controversial, but there's a lot of companies that are very excited about that. And maneuverable space vehicles and spacecraft that can shoot missiles at Earth to intercept missiles coming from Earth is a core component of that. But how does that kind of, what needs to be fixed about that process? I mean, there's a lot of companies. Is the demand enough to sate all these companies, or what are the struggles that companies are kind of facing there?
Yeah, I mean, look, the hottest topic in Washington right now, where all three of us are, is acquisition reform in the Defense Department. And about a month ago, Secretary Hegseth gave a big speech about how the department was going to do things faster and different and all these things. And look, I've seen that movie before, but I've never seen it with quite this level of urgency. So I actually do have some hope that this time will be a little bit different. But at the end of the day, I mean, John is exactly right. I mean, the system as it is right now does not incentivize risk-taking at all, and therefore it's sort of biased towards larger, more legacy-established players. And so what's kind of interesting about the Golden Dome, there was just I don't want to get into like the contracting mechanics. There was a filtering of companies that was just announced the other day, where it was sort of like, tell us your technology and your ideas, and we'll tell you whether or not you're eligible to compete for future Golden Dome awards. There were over 2,500 companies that submitted responses to that call, and about 1,000 were selected. And if that just doesn't tell you something about the state of the defense tech industry, I don't know what will. So if you think about the traditional players, and I'm not going to really name them, but the big primes, there's only a handful of them. So the real hard problem is, how are we going to award to 1,000 companies who have useful technology that could be applied to this really hard problem? Oh, and by the way, on the timeline that the president has set, which is just crazy in terms of like the defense industrial base, not the technology delivery, but actually like the system of acquisitions moving that fast.
Yeah. And when you talk about 80 companies, so 1,000, that was the MDA piece, which is a lot. That's
a lot.
A lot, right? But so just if you said 80,
stadium or
we just use your number of 80. That's right. They're going to fill a stadium.
No, they literally did for the first industry day.
But if you just think about 80 or 1,000, there's no situation where the government should sate all of those companies. If we had a real capitalism at work here, some will flourish and some will die. And that is what is supposed to happen. What has happened to us over the last few decades is We've broken that model, and we have a few primes that have a lock on everything, and that is not working for the American people. It's not working for the Department of Defense. So we have to get this renewal piece going.
Yeah, in the changes of this contracting culture that we're kind of referring to here, one element of it is that it's giving companies more power to make decisions that they want to make, or to try to start a market based on the technology that they're building for the government. And I want to talk about LEO, low Earth orbit, which is kind of a particularly hot region of space right now. And I think, when we talk about power that private companies have, I think the Ukraine Starlink example is an interesting kind of case study. You all might be familiar. Starlink was donating service for Ukrainians at the beginning of the war. And John, I just wanted to ask you about how that went. Yes, of course. Where did that benefit Ukrainians, and Audrey and anyone else who wants to chime in, of course, and where did it go wrong? What was not cool about that situation?
One, I'm not entirely sure where it went wrong is the right framing, but I'll just say Starlink is a way to provide high bandwidth communications to a terminal, not to your phone yet, that's coming, but to your terminal, which means you don't have to have wires that can be disrupted. And it's because it's coming from low Earth orbit, which is pretty close to the Earth, it's much harder to jam, because when there's thousands of satellites, it's hard for an adversary to jam all those satellites. Up until Starlink's arrival, almost all communications were being done from a stationary point over the Earth that spins at the same rate as the Earth spins. And if you want to jam that thing from the ground, you just focus a dish on it, you put energy on it, and now people can't use it. So very simple to jam. In fact, the Viasat hacks are a little bit like that early in the Ukraine war. So Starlink comes along, and suddenly there's a conflict that forces might benefit from having this type of communications ability in a world where electronic warfare is just part of the domain now. No matter where you are in warfare right now, if you're fighting anything close to a modern adversary, they have electronic warfare trying to jam your communications. And Starlink overcomes a lot of that, at least it does when it's first introduced. And that provided the Ukrainians the ability to coordinate all sorts of military activity that without which you just have individual elements unable to talk to each other. And they use it to tremendous effect. Where it started to go wrong, I don't know if that's the right thing, but like the Russians realized that Starlink was better than anything they had. So they started trying to use it too, and they figured out there's all these loopholes in the way you do it. I mean, it's just licenses are pretty get aroundable by a nation state trying to use force. And so how to have use control is an interesting problem. I think in the future, everyone will have SATCOM all of the time, but very hard to jam. So I don't know if that totally answers your question, but I think it's a really powerful thing provided by a private company with I guess the U.S. granted them authority to operate in that conflict area.
And Audrey, when you were at the Security Council, did you deal with those kinds of issues of how companies get involved?
Did we deal with this type of issue?
Just a little bit. I think, the interesting thing, Joy, that you're highlighting is that at the beginning, this was a donated service. And so I think what Joy's kind of inching us to is the news reports, where some of the Starlink service was shut down in Ukraine during the war because of a particular conversation, perhaps, between world figures. And the reality is there was no contract in place that was violated. It was, I think, just a donated service. And so I think, this notion that companies who may provide services to governments which are then used to support combat operations, that the idea of using commercial services somehow makes the government or the military more vulnerable to the whims of a business leader, I think is a little misguided. Any company who has a contract with the United States government is going to fulfill that contract to the best of their ability. They're not just going to wave their hands and say, it's Tuesday and we don't actually really want to support the military anymore. I mean, when they bid on a proposal, when they win a proposal from the government, we fulfill our commitments.
And I just foot stomp that, because if a company were to break their contract with the Department of Defense or with the U.S. government, the full force of the U.S. government is something no American company could withstand. Yeah. Right? We would have to choose to execute it, but it's just not possible.
Yeah, and I want to go back to Golden Dome real quick, because a really interesting element of it is the space-based interceptors. Private companies are involved in that. Some of them are developing systems right now to test them in space purely at their own private capital. I know there were some contracts awarded recently, though. How does that work when a company is building a weapon for space, basically? Like we've never seen that before. I don't think. I've never seen that. So how does the U.S. kind of make sure that nothing springs out of control in space when a company does that?
Yeah, so I think that's an interesting question that goes back to your question earlier about the role of commercial versus the role of government. And I think it really boils down to who's going to own and operate the thing after it's produced, right? Is this going to be a company, pick your company, it doesn't matter. Is the company going to build it and then turn it over to the government? And then, what we would call a blue suitor, someone in a uniform, like an Air Force person, is going to operate it? Then this is not a commercial system anymore. This is a military system, a government system. And so these issues of spiraling out of control, sure, it can happen, but because it's in the hands of the government, it's the government's responsibility. That's different from, I'm going to buy Golden Dome as a service where I, the commercial company, still own the thing and I operate it. That to me, look, my company, Slingshot Aerospace, we sell services to the U.S. government. We're very happy to sell services to the U.S. government, but we're not directly targeting or kinetically attacking other objects in space, right? I think there is an interesting line there in terms of when you start talking about breaking things and killing people, where it's probably not appropriate for a commercial company to be actually the one pushing the button that says, I'm striking this target right now. That is an inherently government responsibility.
And quickly speaking about, kinetic attacks in space, there's a lot of concern that might happen and there might be some conflict that breaks out in space. And I want to know what that really means, but first just kind of cite, Kathy, when you were at NASA, Russia tested this anti-satellite weapon that, created a swarm of debris that forced astronauts on the space station to take shelter. And so I guess my question is, what does conflict in space look like today? And what might it look like 5 years or 10 years from now?
Well, that was obviously a very difficult time. It's why we really appreciate it. Honestly, recently, the Chinese cooperation with NASA was because for forever, and one of the most important things about having the International Space Station was it kind of created this avenue for a direct relationship and discussion with Roscosmos, the Russian space agency. When you're up there in space together, and I was then be able to have the discussions with my counterparts over in Russia about, hey, we're jeopardizing both of our crew members, right? And so you have this common goal. I actually feel like the things you're talking about are things that we haven't figured out yet. And just like the same way when we started building guns or missiles or anything here on Earth, we had to start establishing criteria and global agreements. And in the same way, I think, Audrey laid out a strategy that still needs to be agreed to globally. And I think that's the struggle we have, is that right now we now are kind of behind the technology side on kind of laying the foundation of how do we operate in space and what are the things that are acts of war and what aren't. And China's part of it too, and we got to go figure that out.
So let's just talk. You asked about what's conflict in space. I don't think that's the right framing. I think conflict extends to space. Right? Conflict's at sea, it's in the air, it's on the land, and it extends to space. And now it's not just one country that can do that, but several. And you can see what's happening in Ukraine and Russia right now. Right now, what conflict extending to space looks like is jamming of satellites, cyber attacks on satellites, and then overhead support to whoever you think is your ally or friend, right? So the United States has been providing, imagery through commercial systems or not to Ukraine to help them. It appears that China is helping Russia, right? But these are just the basic pieces. I think in the future, in a large conflict, you can imagine attacks space to space, ground to space. We know China has lasers to attack weapons. We have ASATs to attack. So I think it's just a natural evolution of conflict as space becomes more and more integrated with military operations.
It sounds like there's a lot of risk baked into that. And I guess as my last question, since we're coming up on time here, there's a good audience question here is how would you advise a retail investor to think about space if they want to buy the proverbial shovel companies, not mining companies? Where should they look? And so that's a good question, because if you have states shooting at other satellites in space, how do investors think of that? So I guess just answer that question. Like,
Okay.
how should investors?
It's all you, Audrey.
I don't know what a shovel company is, but I will speak as a company who does take private investment. I mean, we could have a whole another 30-minute panel on investment in space. What I would just say is, the space market, as we've all talked about and lived through, is pretty dependent on the government, with the exception of a couple of segments of the market, specifically the communications market, where when we talk about Starlink, I mean, it's just telco, but from space, right? It's the same telecom market, just being done in a different way. A lot of the other segments, though, don't have that kind of everyday person that's their users. Like, the government is the main customer. So when I think about investing in space companies, I would think about it in terms of, like, what are your goals as an investor? Are you looking for a quick return? Guess what? Space is not where you're going to find your return on a 2 to 3 year timeline, because it's hard. It requires a lot of, working with the government, which, as we've talked about, is slow, right? And so you got to be in it for the long haul, and you really got to look at who is the customer base, what are they buying, and when will I see a return?
Cool. Well, I guess that's a good place to leave it. Thank you guys so much for chatting about this interesting topic, and I hope someone learned something today. Reuters has a dedicated kind of space events vertical that we've launched recently, so stay tuned for that. But yeah, thank you guys so much. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Jim.
All right, thank you to Joey and the panel. It is a tough one to follow, that subject, but if anyone can do it, it's this lot. This is something that we do at all of our next events around the world, and is always a hit. A selection of our breaking views columnists on what they got right and wrong in their predictions book. They're going to be looking back, of course, to 25. And if you thought 2025 was fuzzy, we'll also hear if there's much clarity heading into 2026. As always, the discussion is led by Breaking Views global editor Peter Thal Larsen, who will introduce some of his team. Come on up, Peter.
Good. Thank you, Axel, for that introduction. Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm Peter Thal Larsen. I'm the global editor of Breaking Views. And we're here to talk about predictions. So we do every year an exercise where we've done this for 20 years, I think, where we sit down sort of towards the second half of the year and try to think about what might happen in the year ahead, and then we produce a set of predictions. And the idea is to sort of give people a provocative, thought-provoking, and sort of maybe out of consensus idea of some things that may or may not happen, but that people should definitely be thinking about. So we've been doing that again this year. We're not quite ready to give you the big reveal on what we're predicting for the year ahead, but we can give you some clues and some pointers. But we are also going to do something which we don't normally do, which is look back and see how we did last year. So, which is a slightly uncomfortable exercise, but we're going to do it anyway. So, and also, obviously, quite interested to hear from all of you about what you might be predicting for the year ahead. So, if I think you can use Slido to submit some questions, or if you want to offer some suggestions that we might borrow from you and incorporate into our work, then that would be very welcome. So, I'm joined by three distinguished Breaking Views colleagues. Jen Saber, on my left, is a columnist in New York, covers all kinds of stuff, media, telecom, etc. Jeff Goldfarb is our global corporate finance editor, also based in New York. And all the way from Washington, D.C. is Gabriel Rubin, who covers everything that happens down there, which is a lot. So I think maybe it would be helpful just to start by giving people a bit of an insight into the process by which we make these predictions. So Jen, you were sort of heavily involved in this year. How does it work?
So I would say every fall, like around September, October, we all get together We get together in New York. We have about 30 columnists everywhere across the globe. So my colleagues in Hong Kong, my colleagues in London, we all basically knock our heads together and, think about the themes for the next year. And I want to say, kind of first and foremost, we are reporters before we're columnists. So we go out, we talk to tons of people, we do a ton of reporting. So our columns are based on that, and so are the predictions that we make. So, and our predictions aren't like, we're not trying to be super specific, like, oh, the Fed's going to cut, rates by 7,000 basis points. Not that would actually happen, but, we're trying to basically show people where the ball is headed for the next year.
But at the same time, I think we do try to be, we're not like predicting certain numbers in the market or where stock prices or bond prices are going to go, but we do try to be specific in the sense that we want to be able to do what we're going to do shortly, which is to go back and see, do it in a way that's measurable, to say, did it happen or did it not happen? Which is ultimately not the objective, but did we get the directional travel right? Did it stir the right thoughts?
Yeah, we're not trying to be 100% accurate. I mean, we could say the Fed will probably cut rates next year. We would be right, but it's not very interesting. Whenever there's an election in Russia, you could predict that Vladimir Putin is going to win, but it's, you're not helping people very much with that. Gabe, you're relatively new to this whole show. How do you sort of go about coming up with predictions ideas?
In Washington, where people love to hear themselves think and love to predict the future with varying degrees of accuracy, it's actually pretty easy to just sort of, say to people, what do you think the major themes are next year? What do you, who's up, who's down?
Yep.
So I'm largely just asking them to play a part of their game they're already playing, and we get to codify it with numbers and charts and put some meat on the bones of conversations that are already happening in Washington.
I mean, it is fair to say that this year, so 2025, I think, when we were doing this exercise last year, it's one of the harder ones that we've had in the past, just because, if you recall, I mean, it's only a year ago it was just after the election. We were sort of, kind of preparing for the second Trump administration, and the range of possibilities of things that could happen was very wide. So it definitely, and we also, the other thing is we had to kind of wait until after the election to formulate a lot of these predictions, because so much of it depended on who was going to be in the White House. So, and actually that was why, so this was the book we produced at the beginning of this year, which you may recognize a familiar silhouette on the cover. That was sort of I think that was the theme. That was the theme that we sort of tapped into. But how do we do, Jeff? What give us a score. What are the ones that jump out at you?
Well, it's interesting. It was really a difficult time because the election, we were basically finalizing the pieces or sort of roughly getting them together as the election happened. And, so that was, and it was so determinative of what was going to happen in finance, markets, economics. At the same time, when we knew that Trump had won, there was also a wave of conventional wisdom, which made it quite easy to kind of back away and pick at it a little bit. So, I mean, I guess personally, I had 3 predictions in the book. I guess I would give myself sort of a gentleman's C on. So the first thing I wrote about was M&A, and the prediction that I had was that much of what was going to happen in mergers and acquisitions this year was going to be framed around the idea that Lena Khan was gone, that there was going to be a new perspective on M&A, and that it would revive deals that had either been contemplated and decided not to go ahead, or ones that had been tried and gotten shot down. And I put in 4 specific ideas in there. One of them was Google buying Wiz, the cybersecurity firm, which had been sort of tried under the Biden administration and sort of quietly put away when it became apparent that it was not going to be approved from a regulatory perspective. So that did come back, and I think, I don't know if it actually closed, but I think it's gotten approvals and it's on its way to actually happening, although Google did have to pay a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
The second thing I wrote about was AI and the idea that that Satya Nadella was maybe going to have to eat a little humble pie, having devoted an awful lot of CapEx and really changed the whole business model, as a number of companies have. That has not come to pass, although there were some reports yesterday that division chiefs were being asked to pull back on their budgets a little bit. So
this is a common response you get from these comments, as they say, it didn't happen this year, but it hasn't happened yet.
Yes, exactly. Early is wrong. And then the final thing was I wrote that, which was more meant to be provocative than accurate, but that California would initiate a secession movement on the back of the Trump election, which has not happened. But again, the governor of California has indeed led the resistance. I'll chalk that up as like a half win.
Okay, all right, we'll give you that one. Gabe, you obviously had the unenviable task of sort of offering predictions about the Trump administration. How did that play out?
Slightly better than I expected. I really didn't. I approached the task with some wariness, predicting the year ahead after the election last year. But my main prediction was a piece about how bond markets would act as, if not a brake, at least a sort of speed bump for the Trump administration for some of its economic policies. And I think that came true to some degree. Perhaps a gentleman's B-, a B even, and because we saw in April after so-called Liberation Day and the rollout of the so-called reciprocal tariffs on every trading partner, including uninhabited islands and the Antarctic. The bond markets did react, equity markets did react. We saw long-term bond yields go up past 5%. And we saw the Trump administration react to that. There were pauses, there were side deals, there were frameworks, there were meetings in Madrid and Geneva with the Chinese and the Japanese and the British and all sorts of investment deals, some of which will come true, some of which won't. And but basically, the Trump administration did respond to pressure from markets that said that, you can't just slap 150% tariffs on our third largest trading partner. You can't just cut off Canada and Mexico. And there were reactions to that. Now, I think if you told market participants at the beginning of the year that, the average tariff rate would be between 10 and 20%, closer to 20%, and they would say, we will be in a deep recession. So that was definitely a surprise, and that's why I give myself a B rather than a more sterling grade.
Yeah, no, I think that's definitely right. I mean, a lot of the consensus was wrong. I mean, the consensus this time last year, the consensus was, it's all a negotiating ploy. He won't actually really do it, which was wrong. And then when it happened, obviously there was the expectation there'd be inflation, recession, stagflation.
Yeah.
And again, that hasn't happened. So definitely a reminder that actually, I in some ways I take it. If you look back, we've been doing this for for many years. If you just look back over the last 5 years and you think of everything that's happened, pandemic, inflation, sharp rise in interest rates, war in Ukraine, war in the Middle East, and then the second Trump administration. It's kind of amazing, actually, that the world economy has basically kind of kept going, and we haven't had any kind of major economic or financial accidents, which we may come back to. Jen, are you going to mark your own homework as well?
I'm going to give myself a mark, and I'm actually going to say that, when I set this up, we try not to be very specific. And I was actually quite specific with one of my predictions last year. And I was helping Jeff with the M&A prediction. And I was like, Comcast, the cable firm, owns NBC Universal. I was like, they're going to go out. They tried, maybe 6 or 7 years ago to buy their rival Charter. I was like, Trump is going to be in office. He's going to let everything slide. And Comcast is going to go after Charter. And that turned out to be completely wrong. And instead, but directionally correct, because Comcast is now going after pieces of Warner Brothers Discovery, and Charter actually bought Cox. So that's kind of an example of like, we can see where things are headed. Maybe pinpointing it exactly can be very difficult.
There is a famous investor called Howard Marks who just says very bluntly, to be early is to be wrong. So timing is everything in these markets. Okay, let's talk about the year ahead, which brings with it its own challenges. Jeff, maybe just focusing on the sort of the deal world. Again, we're not going to give you the full chapter and verse on this, but we will be publishing those in the coming weeks. But give us a bit of an idea of how you're thinking about what.
Yeah, so this year in M&A, obviously we saw a pretty robust second half, and a lot of it was driven by mega deals, right? So we've had more deals so far through Thanksgiving, basically, more deals of at least $10 billion than we've ever had. I think it was like 63 or so. The number of transactions is way down. And that seems to be where, I think investment bankers would like to be doing more deals rather than more big deals because there's more money in it. But I think that trend will probably continue, and it feeds into all of the things that we talked about sort of heading into this year, which was the immense amount of capital that's available, stock prices high, which make them usable currency, which we're seeing in a lot of deals, the regulatory landscape. So all of those factors, and also private equity sitting on tons and tons of money that they have yet to deploy. So I think that we will see that the mega deal trend, as sort of the prediction that I wrote, sort of riffs on that and how that will play out in 26.
The other thing that obviously, which kind of applies across the board, is we're seeing much more government intervention in the business world, right? We saw. I think actually we had a prediction in the book that said Intel was going to be taken over, and actually what happened was the government took a stake in Intel.
The state capitalism sort of, for what it's worth, however, look, I'm old enough to remember the repeated cries and howls about Solyndra, right? And that the government shouldn't be picking winners and losers. Most of those howls came from the Republican side of the aisle. Whether you want to consider this hypocrisy or an evolution of thought, this government is clearly immersed in the idea of government influence over companies. And so we've seen Intel, we've seen U.S. Steel, we've seen some mining companies.
And also in other ways too, right? Block things, and there's no real
thumb on the scale kind of things. But
no rhyme or reason, I would say.
Yeah. So I think that we've spent some time thinking for a prediction about where does this go from here, and what comes next in this brave new world of government investment.
Which lucky company is going to be next? Yeah. We'll find out. Gabe, obviously a big year for the Federal Reserve. I think we kind of know who's going to be the next chair, probably.
If you combine the president saying that he has narrowed his list down to one, and then introducing Kevin Hassett as a potential Fed chair, I think if you put those two comments together, you can make a pretty educated guess.
But he's not going to announce it till next year.
But he's not going to announce it until next year. Which gives me plenty of time to work on my pre-writes.
So you're predicting that Kevin Hassett will
I am going out on a limb and predicting that Kevin Hassett will be the Fed chair, yes.
Okay, but what is that? So then, to play that forward, how does that play out in terms of markets and?
So the administration has made no secret, and Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has said this publicly. He wants to dial back the powers that the Fed has taken on over the past, let's say, 15 years, since longer than 15 years, the past 20 years, the crisis and then COVID specifically, the two main inflection points. With Hassett, obviously, as a White House staffer, he's a close loyalist of President Trump. He was in the first term as well. You will find yourself in a situation where the institutionalists on the Fed will be butting heads with the sort of Trump loyalist wing, including Stephen Moran, who was recently appointed. And you're going to have Hassett himself, if he is indeed the choice, is going to have a major challenge wrangling those two sides into consensus because the Federal Open Market Committee, which sets rates, is a consensus-based organization. I mean, for the past couple of decades, we haven't seen that many dissents. That's starting to change. So you're going to see a lot more dissents next year, and you're going to see some wildly different understandings of inflation in the labor market because people have different incentives on the Fed board.
I mean, it's interesting because there's a question from the audience about a non-consensus call on interest rates markets or a major asset class. I don't know if you agree with this. We haven't talked about this, but my non-consensus call would be that actually interest rates will be higher this time next year than they are right now. I think there's just too many forces that will, and I'm not saying it'll be back to whatever, 5, 6, 7%, but I do think they will be at least a few, call it 25, 50 basis points higher than where they are now.
At the very least, they're not going to be able to, Hassett or whoever will not be able to lower them as much as Trump wants. I mean, Trump wants interest rates closer to 1%. That's simply not going to happen, nothing remotely like that. Some of the, I saw Bank of America yesterday, they're penciling in cuts, in June and July because that's, those will be the first meetings of the new Fed chair. But beyond that, there's not a lot of consensus that there will be any more cuts in 2026. So, as Secretary Bessent said yesterday at a rival publications conference, the Fed chair gets one vote. And, if the other people on the board want to vote for something else, then you're not going to see the right path that the president wants.
Well, that's interesting. And then I guess what follows on from that probably, I would say, is that again, the consensus is probably for the dollar to stay weak or weaken, but I think in that scenario, probably the dollar goes back up, which could also be interesting. Jen, I want to talk. Time is ticking on. There's a lot of, understandably, there's a lot of predictions in coming up in our book next year about various aspects of AI.
Yeah.
This obviously, in some ways, is a big question, not just for markets, but for companies, is sort of how this technology plays out. What are the big questions that people are grappling with?
Well, I mean, I think obviously the biggest question is like when, is this going to, all this CapEx pouring into AI, is this going to continue? Is this, or is this whole thing just going to blow up spectacularly? And I think that's it's a difficult question, right? Because we still see things are trucking along fine. I was actually quite surprised when I was thinking about just how quickly things change. Like 5 months ago, even 3 months ago, Alphabet was considered the complete laggard in the space. And now all of a sudden, it's flipped so quickly. And it's shocking to me that, I think it's just so fast moving that we just, don't quite understand how it's going to end up. And I know that's probably not the best answer for a prediction. But
no, that's what makes it hard to, I think it's what makes it especially hard to predict in this realm, because if it's looking really fast to us, I can't imagine what it looks like in a boardroom. Some people here can probably speak to it, but how do you make decisions about where to deploy capital, how to implement it throughout the workplace, it's just a lot to try and it changes by the day. So, it becomes very difficult. So, obviously we try to think more medium term, more thematically about these things, but it is very difficult.
We should probably kind of also look at that question in terms of what happens if the music stops and the Mag 7 implodes, right? And what would the impact be? And it's a good question because I'm not quite sure. Like, you're looking at your 401k, right? Probably going to be bad, but data centers are just warehouses with a bunch of computers in them. It's not like they're hiring a bunch of people. The CapEx is so I don't know what would. I sort of feel like maybe things are trucking along.
Well, there was, and someone on our team actually just before we came up here sent around a chart. I think it showed that only 2 of the Mag 7 have outperformed the market this year.
Yeah,
so we're already
NVIDIA,
seeing it.
NVIDIA
I mean,
and
it's
Alphabet. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, to that question, I mean, the music clearly hasn't stopped yet, but it certainly has slowed down.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's also there is that question. I mean, people sort of say, one of the things people say, I think even Mark Zuckerberg or someone said it, basically saying, well, if we spend $100 billion and we're wrong, kind of like, it's not the end of the world kind of thing, which is an interesting attitude.
Which tells you that interest rates aren't high enough.
Well, possibly. But there is that view that basically says these are very large companies, they generate a lot of cash, they're directing some of that cash into this bet, but if the bet doesn't pay off, then kind of it's not the end of the world. I think that the flip side to that is that, first of all, it's just the level of activity in terms of construction and the knock-on effects on energy and so forth have had a macroeconomic impact this year. It's one of the things that sort of kept the economy going. And there is also clearly a wealth effect in the stock market of people who have investments have seen the value of those investments go up, and that's then had a knock-on effect. So if that were to go the other way, you could sort of see a broader fallout. I want to just, in the few minutes we have left, I mean, there's one question earlier which is my favorite question to ask people when I go to see them, talk to bankers or CEOs or investors, is basically is where are the unexploded landmines? What are the hidden risks that people haven't quite focused on that could come to the surface? Maybe starting with you, Gabe.
Just from a Washington perspective, I think people are underrating the fact that Republicans may lose control of the House this year before the midterms.
Oh, how does that work?
Oh, that's provocative.
There are multiple special elections coming up, and the margins are so thin that after these special elections are completed in the next couple of months, they will have if they all go as they are likely to go based on their fundamentals, Republicans will have a 1-vote margin in the House. 435 members, deaths, retirements, it happens. I mean, Marjorie Taylor Greene very prominently retiring before the end of her term. Representative Nancy Mace, who's running for governor in South Carolina, has lots of issues with the House Republican leadership and with President Trump. She's talking about possibly retiring in the middle of her term. It's very possible, and I think people are underrating that risk.
That's interesting. Jeff, anything?
So I've been stuck on this column that one of our colleagues wrote about. There's a little test that was done in AI where all 6 of the major chatbots were basically given $10,000 in 2 weeks to invest in crypto markets. The results were not good. And what was, not surprising, but curious or interesting is that they basically mimicked the worst aspects of human traders. They levered up 20 to 1. They chased after, declines. So what I think is being missed in the market is some sort of, and we talked about this a little bit this morning, is this idea that that was an experiment. It was a live experiment, like it was real trading that was happening. But if AI algorithms are somehow seeping into financial trades and one of them goes off the rails because it isn't being watched closely enough, or the machines go after each other, and I'm saying that like in an oversimplistic way, I think you could see markets disrupted. I don't think it like crushes the market, but I think there could be a flash crash of some kind because of this.
Yeah. Jen?
Me. So I think one thing that has been underappreciated, or it's hard to kind of put your finger on, is the consumer. And just, I think the inflation and the price of things, people are just tired of it. And I think that's going to, come through the economy in a clearer way next year.
Yeah. And with, obviously, and and the midterms coming up at the end. We're almost out of time. There is one important question that's left to be resolved. Obviously, it's a World Cup in soccer World Cup for those of you who are wondering. Coming over here next year. We're going to ask you all to predict a winner. I'm actually Dutch, so I will predict confidently that the Dutch will not win because they never win. But Jen, who do you reckon?
Arsenal? No, I'm totally kidding. I'm going to say Italy.
You know, I go against my head, but like having grown up in São Paulo, like I always pick Brazil. So.
I've been captivated by the romance of Curaçao. And despite the fact that all of their players, I think, are from the Netherlands proper, I'm going to choose Curaçao, because why not? Choose an underdog.
Good. Definitely out of consensus trade. Okay, we're out of time. Thank you all for listening. Thank you guys for these insights. We will be publishing, Baker Views will be publishing its predictions starting a week on Monday, and we'll do that sort of over the festive period, and then in the beginning of January, we'll publish another one of these with a different cover, which will bring all the predictions together. So be sure to check that out, and please do let us know what you think, what we missed, what we got wrong, kind of what else we should be thinking about. And we'll hopefully be back next year, and we'll give ourselves some
higher grades.
Scores again. Yeah. Thanks very much.
Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Peter. Thank you to the panel. We will definitely have them back, find out their grades for 26. Plenty to talk about there as well. World Cup, flash crash, losing control of the House before midterms was a big one, of course. Now, we've got one more fireside before we break for coffee. After which our focus will shift to luxury, to travel, to keeping up with fast-changing consumer habits. Look, we talked a lot about the next Fed chair during that panel just now, so we'll stick with the central bank theme. We're thrilled to welcome virtually Syria's central bank governor, and this conversation will be moderated by our US economics editor, who might also give us his predictions on the Fed chair, Dan Burns. Come on up, Dan.
Good morning. Welcome to the global stage. I've covered the U.S. Federal Reserve for more than a dozen years, and I could tell you, and I've met all three of the most recent people who've run it, and I can tell you that none of them, not Ben Bernanke in navigating the global financial crisis, not Janet Yellen in executing the first interest rate hikes after that, not Jay Powell in pulling the economy through the pandemic, have faced anything quite like the challenges before Abdulkader Hussein, who's arguably the newest central banker on the scene, and is charged with pulling his country's economy emergence after 14 years of civil war. Welcome, Governor. Thank you for being here.
Good morning, Dan. I'm glad to be with you. Good morning to all your audience, and thanks to Reuters for organizing this important event. As you rightly said, we have a very challenging situation. Actually, when we took over last April, the central bank had a lot of challenges, inflation rate, hyperinflation, public debt of more than 4 to 5 billion US dollar, internal debt, exposure to Lebanon. So since then, our focus has been on stabilization of the currency, of the monetary policy, and we have managed to achieve the appreciation of the Syrian pound by like 30 to 40%, and now it's moving within acceptable range and within our expectations. So also we have focused what's happening in sanctions is a miracle. Nobody expected that we can achieve what we have achieved. Actually, when we took office, everybody was saying, look, you have to be patient, 5 years, 10 years. But now we are at the very last mile of the race towards lifting the sanctions totally with the repeal of Caesar Act.
Yeah, that is something I do want to get into with you. But look, let's start first. We're about 3 weeks removed from an IMF staff visit to Syria that found the economy showing signs of recovery and improving prospects. What did your discussions with the IMF focus on? They did not come away with an indication of an immediate program for you, though.
Yes, thank you. Actually, we have engaged with IMF and World Bank since April, even before clearing the Aris. And we have, in our first round of meetings last April, we had like 50 plus meetings with different departments, with different teams, and we have covered areas of monetary policy, of financial stability, digitization of the central bank, public finance as well. So we had a diversified set of discussions, and along the way, we have continuously engaged with them. Then in our October meetings, we had the new lead in our relationship. We had missions coming to Damascus for the first time, because in the past, the meetings were either virtual or from other capitals. For the first time, they came, they saw, they interviewed and met our team, and they came up with their reports. In their report, they mentioned some facts about what they perceive about how the Syrian economy is performing, and now they were part of the strategy 2026-2030 discussion, which we discussed draft 15 of this strategy in an event held last November, and our technical partners were there, and now we are working with them on the currency redenomination and about monetary policy framework, about financial stability, about payment system as well. So we are engaged with them on different areas. As our strategy, basically, it depends on 5 pillars, 18 strategic objectives, and 65 plus projects and initiatives. And IMF will be working with us on some of these initiatives, but we are not into a program with them. We are just now working on technical assistance, and we are happy with what they are doing with us.
One of the facts cited in the report was just the very scarcity of reliable economic data, things for like inflation, measuring GDP and output and the like. The World Bank, back in July, estimated growth this year would be about 1%. How are you measuring that, and are you on track to achieve that this year?
Actually, capacity building for our statistics and research team is an area we are discussing with our partners. We have some capacity, but it's not ideal in the circumstances. And you can imagine in a country like Syria, where we have, in the past, we had 3 areas of different controls. You can imagine what sort of data. So we have been working on developing. Of course, there are alternative methods always when there is a direct method is not available. That's why we came with, now we are coming with soon with some estimates more accurate. The first report of the World Bank, I don't think that reflected the reality of the Syrian economy. because we have like 1.5 million refugees coming back. Just calculate what's at the minimum, what such return of refugees would add to a GDP. So that's why the IMF, they were more accurate than when they qualitatively describe what they saw, okay, rather than quantitatively, because quantitatively, to be precise, we need more data. However, we have some data. It's not up what we would like to see, but still we can count, and there is a significant decline in the inflation rate currently. So we have signs.
So how are you capturing that? How are you measuring that, right? In the absence of higher quality data, what are you using every day to get your sense of how the economy is performing, how inflation is being controlled?
Usually we are using CPI, we have our indices, and we are counting on these indices, of course, in addition to other measurements. So we are always, as I said, there are, of course, other indicators of the economic performance of the Syrian economy in general, whether it's inflation, whether it's growth rate. For example, the Syrian pound here, the exchange rate of the Syrian pound is an anchor for the Syrian economy, because in the past, inflation targeting was not used as a tool in monetary policy or as a goal. That's why now we are working on developing accurate data, because in the short term, our anchor will continue to be the exchange rate, but medium term we will be targeting agreed inflation rate goal.
Very good. One of the key planks to getting Syria back on the global economic stage, as you mentioned, is the sanctions. Where do you stand? There's a couple of planks there, right? You mentioned the Caesar Act. We're expecting that to be part of, I believe, the defense authorization bill that is slowly making its way through Congress. Have you had any updates on where that stands, on whether the appropriate language is in the legislation yet?
Yes, actually, when we were in D.C., whether in April or last October, we met some congressmen, and we have been part of the advocacy for the repeal of Caesar Act. And as you rightly said, now this repeal has been voted in the Congress. It's expected by the end of this year to have the vote in the lower house. And with this, we will end the last episode of the sanctions. We expect this to happen. And once this happens, this will give comfort to our potential correspondent banks about dealing with Syria. Also, we are working with the Federal Reserve of New York about reactivating our account. We have developed a supervisory framework specifically for correspondent banks. We are revamping our AML-CFT framework. We have special commission for CFT, AML for anti-money laundering, and we are revamping this. And we are working to sign MOUs with other international FIUs, which would, of course, give comfort and assurance to our partners about compliance with our institutions. Also, we will have part of the supervisory framework. We will have monitoring of all transactions coming out of Syria. Each transaction will be subject to due diligence by the central bank. This would give comfort to our partners, and also we are organizing workshops with our partners. We organize last June with the U.S. banks. We are organizing another one with the U.S. banks in Istanbul next month. We organized yesterday one with Jordan. We expect one with Austria. So we are working to expedite, because as you know, removal of the sanction is prerequisite, but correspondent relationship establishment is phased, and it needs some efforts. It needs a structured method, and we are doing this. And the central bank is taking lead in re-establishing a relationship, because now we are not talking about done. We are not talking about rebuilding Syria. Rebuilding Syria will take us to another Cuba. We would like to see new Syria, in which we are talking about more than $1 trillion. So this is big opportunity. So we have the business case for correspondent banking. What we need to have the regulatory, the comfort part, which we need to work on for our future correspondent partners.
You mentioned the currency. You have a plan to essentially come out with a brand new currency, removing several zeros from the notes. How soon are you from being able to launch that? When and where should we expect notes to begin to be produced and distributed?
Yes, we are working diligently. We have been working diligently in terms of design, planning, security, distribution, capacity building, also availability of the requirements. So we are in advanced stage, and what we need to make, just to verify, we have some discussions with IMF.
Oh, have we lost the feed? Governor? Testing. 1, 2, 3. Sorry. Governor Houstrier, are you there? Oh, there we are.
2 days, which should be...
Now again. Not sure if our...
shortly, not...
Governor? We seem to be having a little bit of technical difficulty. I see you again now. Are you hearing me?
Yes.
Oh, good.
Yes,
All right. Please continue. We were talking about the currency relaunch.
Yes. So we hopefully in the coming future we will have the new currency introduced. And as I said, we have been preparing for the logistics, and we have decided to delete 2 zeros. That will make it simpler, better, and of course it's a new beginning. Actually, after the liberation, political liberation, now the financial liberation will. This new currency will be a signal and symbol for this financial liberation. We will finish with the past of 7 decades of financing budget deficit, of mismanagement of the central bank and the public finance. We have a new beginning. We have decided also to print 8 denominations, which would be convenient and will provide us a tool for monetary policy.
Did you say 8 denominations?
Yes.
8? Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. Sticking with banking, there was a deal announced today with Visa for a framework toward digital transactions and so on. Can you tell us a little bit more about that? We have less than a minute to go.
Yes, actually, we're glad that we are working with Visa and MasterCard after having the relationship started and progressing very well with MasterCard. Now we have meetings today, which capitalized on the meeting I had in DC with the CEO, Mr. Oliver of Visa, and we are talking about payment system. We're talking about digitization. We had meetings today. We will have workshop in January, and we are working to have fully fledged payment system in which we have global partners, because our vision is to have Syria as a hub, financial hub for the Levant, given the size of the Syrian economy, given the size of population, the fundamentals of the Syrian economy going forward. We believe that fully fledged digitized payment system is an essential part, and actually it's one of our pillars of our strategy.
Very good. And there's so much more we could talk about, but I'm afraid that's all the time we have with you today. Again, Governor, thank you so much for joining us here at Reuters Next.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Governor, and thank you for bearing with us during those small technical issues. Look, let's grab a coffee. We're going to come back in about 30 minutes. And we've got a really super afternoon, or rest of the morning and afternoon planned for you. When we come back, the CEO of the Spanish infrastructure giant Ferrovial will join us, of course. Ferrovial, instrumental in the design, build, and operation of JFK's new Terminal 1. So that will be fascinating. In Crossroads Hub 2, that's the AI and tech space, the science of creativity workshop will start at 11:30 as well. We've got half an hour. Try the Tree VR experience. I really do encourage you to try that. It is fantastic if you haven't done it. But grab a coffee, grab a bite. We'll see you in 30 minutes.
The endless flow of news and misinformation. What's true can easily become unclear. So the closer you are to the source, the clearer things are. That's why Reuters has more journalists in more locations reporting facts firsthand, bringing you pure news that's straight from the source.
Right, welcome back, everyone, those in the room and the many, many of you who are joining us online. Our next guest is at the helm of a global infrastructure company focused on highways, on airports, on construction. The company has been instrumental in the design, build and operation of JFK's new Terminal 1, set to open next year. We're thrilled to welcome Ferrovial's CEO Ignacio Fernandez to our stage. He will be in conversation with Reuters reporter Doyensola Oladipo. Come on up.
Thank you, Axel. I'm so excited that you're here. Ferrovial has its hands in a number of infrastructure projects around the country, but the most notable, and I would say the flashiest, is New Terminal 1. It has a $9.5 billion price tag. So welcome.
Thank you.
I cover travel, and a trend that we've noticed this year is that inbound international travel is down. Are you regretting such a massive investment in an airport terminal?
Well, no. I think that when you see air traffic passengers over the years, worldwide it has grown above GDP historically. From time to time you have issues like COVID, or you have a Middle East conflict, and then you have a reduction in certain airports or certain areas. But when you see long-term trends, what you see is growth above GDP for air traffic. And on top of that, New York, we think, is a destination, original destination that is quite unique. And what we are betting with the new Terminal 1 is growth of air traffic passengers to New York. And then the new Terminal 1 will be the one is a world-class terminal that will allocate this growth. And hopefully it's a very good investment for us.
Yeah. And your business model is to develop infrastructure, and then when the growth surpasses inflation, you then sell your stake. Has the decline in international travel changed your timeline on when you plan to exit New Terminal 1?
Well, as you mentioned, we develop infrastructure, and we participate in the whole cycle, from the conceptualization of the projects to the design, the funding, the construction, and also the maintenance. And the way we create value as a company is the risk in the assets, construction risk and then revenue risk. And at the same time, we have some key assets in our portfolio, like the 407 highways, like the 407 or the new managed lanes, that they have a lot of value and they are growing revenues over a long period of time. But at the same time, if some of our assets have more value for a third party than to us, well, the right thing to do is then sell those assets and rotate them. And this is what we do when these assets are mature. So when the construction risk has been eliminated, and when it's very mature in terms of revenues that are growing in a certain way. So at that time we do. But the assets that we have today, most of them, even this year, they are growing double digit. So they are still very immature. For an infrastructure company, when you see the length of the concessions, an average is more than 50 years. So they are very, very young assets that are growing above GDP and inflation. So they are very immature. So rotating them in the short term, we don't see. But if we some assets, we develop those that are mature, of course, we'll rotate if they have more value for a third party.
Yeah. And so Phase A is set to be completed next year, and then Phase B will start in terms of New Terminal 1. The municipal bonds that were sold for Phase A were oversubscribed 7.7 times. Which suggests that there was a lot of investor interest. Do you think you'll have the same amount of interest for Phase B, or are investors thinking, I'm not interested in investing in airport terminals right now?
Well, hopefully they are also interested. As you commented, the new Terminal 1 has several phases.
phases. No? Phase A is what will open next year. There's 14 gates, and you have the head house and all the bagging system and so on. And then will be phase B1 and B2 later on. No? And phase B1 will add another 5 gates, wide body gates, and B2 another 4 gates. No? In total, 9 on top of the 14 that we'll have in phase 1. No? And the financing that we got is for phase A. No? So this financing of 6 billion of municipal bonds, it was oversubscribed. That the last was in July this year, was only for phase A. No? So whenever we see that, of course, we need to first finalize phase A, start it ramping up, and then we will engage with the Port Authority in order to define when we start construction of phase B1, and hopefully at that time we'll have also a very good reception from financial markets, because I think if they are betting like us for growth in air passengers to New York and in Terminal 1, that's giving a better service, and also they can allocate the growth for passengers to New York.
Mm-hmm. The company recently sold its stake in Heathrow Airport. Mm-hmm. Are there any other airports that you have your eye on, whether here in the U.S. or abroad?
Yeah. We, as you mentioned, we used to have 25% of Heathrow Airport, and we sold last year at 20%, and this year we completed with the 5% that was left. No? Also this year we rotated some of the assets, airports in the UK, the AGS, Aberdeen, Glasgow, and Southampton. It's part of what I commented previously, rotation of mature assets that we do regularly when it's mature and it has more value for third parties. No? So this is part of the plan. But as I commented, the business model is to develop greenfield infrastructure mainly. That is where we have differential capabilities, because usually infra funds don't do construction projects and construction companies don't invest equity in the projects. So we do this type of greenfield projects like New Terminal 1, and of course we are trying to do something similar in the US, no? Because we see opportunities. No? When you see the airport, some of them need expansion, some of them need refurbishment, and I think that working with private partners like us, I think will help to accelerate and to have a better service to customers. No? It's not only about airports. When you see other asset class, infra asset class like toll roads or managed lanes, there is a huge pipeline, no, of opportunities, no, of new projects that we can develop, also greenfield projects.
On that note, I do want to learn a bit more about the bread and butter of your business, especially here in the U.S., which is highway and infrastructure development. We did see during the shutdown that the Trump administration used public infrastructure funding as a bit of a bargaining tool, a political tool. Does that impact your ability to team up with the government to close the infrastructure funding gap?
I think that what we have seen is a very positive reception to private partners to develop infrastructure, no, in the U.S. in general, no, both at federal and state level. No. When you see what is the gap of infrastructure, in third party mentioned there could be close to $4 trillion, no, in year 2040. No? And when you see how cities are growing, 90% of the population in the US will live in cities by 2050. No? And what it means in terms of new infrastructure that you need for the cities and for the growth of the US is amazing. No? And when you see the fiscal deficits, and unless you raise taxes, I think working and collaborating with private partners in order to accelerate this infrastructure and doing it in a more efficient way, I think is critical, no? And it's something that we have seen a lot of traction. We see very good projects of pipeline of managed lanes, for instance, in the US, and hopefully, as I mentioned with airport, we see something similar in the future. No? But the role of private partners is going to be critical, and I think we see a very good reception both at the federal and the state level, and I think it will continue in the future.
So, is your strategy to provide more of this funding for these infrastructure projects?
We participate in the whole cycle, no? As I said previously. No? So we participate from the conceptualization of the project. Now, some of the projects is conversations with DOTs that we see cities that are growing, that are very congested, and that we see that is feasible and new, for instance, managed lanes or widening, and created 2 new lines that are tall. No? And what we do from there is then the design, and then funding, and then the construction, no? And then maintenance, no, and operation of the asset, no, in order to extract maximum value from these assets, no. So we participate in the whole process, no, in the whole cycle, and it's something that is part of our business model, and it's something that we like to do more and more, no, and we see many opportunities to do in the US.
80% of your business is here in the U.S.
Yeah.
And we've been in a bit of a tumultuous political environment. Is that making you rethink betting so heavily on the U.S., or are you considering diversifying a bit more?
80% of the value of the company is in North America, no? In mainly toll road business, but also airports, hopefully New Terminal 1, and also construction activity. No? And what we see is that our assets are performing very well, no? And it's mainly because we have toll road assets in cities that are growing. No? And we are able, with these assets, to capture the value and growing in terms of revenues above GDP and inflation. No? And we see, as I mentioned previously, a lot of new opportunities, no, that we can invest, and we'll continue investing. Our objective is that at least more of 80% of the investments that we are doing in the company will be in the US, and especially developing infrastructure, and we see especially managed lanes as a great opportunity to create value.
You also have a construction arm, and something I'm curious about, you work with a lot of subcontractors. There has been, a pushback in DEI, and to my knowledge, a lot of these infrastructure projects, there's a requirement that a certain number of the subcontractors are women and minority-led firms. What's happening with your current projects? Are these subcontractors being fired? Are you replacing them?
No, when you see, as you mentioned, no, we have a construction arm that is helping us to develop these greenfield projects, no? And we have operations in many states doing especially highways, but also we do other type of infrastructure. Water, for instance, we do a lot, no? And when you see the procurement for construction, 97% is local. So what we source is from the communities in which we have a presence, no? And we replicate what we see in the communities, no? And we work with minorities businesses, of course, a business run by women, but it's responding to the communities in which we have a presence, and it cannot be in a different way, no? And I think that this is working very well. It was the case in the past, and it will continue in the future. A problem for our industry is attracting talent, and we need to make sure that we have the best talent in the company. And I think the talent is widely spread in the communities, and we need to make sure that we bring talent from everywhere in the communities.
So it sounds like you and your local partners in terms of state or even more local are pushing back against that, and you're still going to hire.
I don't see them pushing back. What I see is a lack of talent and a lack of getting employees, and that we need to make sure that we attract them from everywhere. No? And I have not seen a change from what we were doing several years ago. No?
Sure. I have tons of questions for you, but I do see that an audience member and I are thinking on the same wavelength about AI. And what does it look like to use AI to develop infrastructure? Could you paint a picture for us?
Yes. I think there are two things for infrastructure AI. I think one is developing the infrastructure itself, because as a developer of infrastructure, building data centers, I think is something that we also do, and is a relevant part of our business. And also not only the data center, but it's the energy that is needed associated with that. No? So we also do develop renewable projects, we do also transmission lines. So all that is related to that infrastructure, we play a role. And for us as a developer of infrastructure, is something that is growing a lot, and is an opportunity that is not our main business. Our main business is still toll roads, managed lanes, and also airports, but also we are doing some developing that type of infrastructure. But like any other sector, no, I think in the case of for infrastructure, I think it's key to use new technologies, no, and to be more efficient. No? And you using the whole cycle, no? From tendering projects that, you have a lot of the documents are huge, and you need to analyze a lot of tendering processes, and you analyze with AI. These once you are going to participate, with AI, you prepare the bidding documents for the tenders. From the design, we use AI more and more in order to do design for different solutions and what is the optimal, and I think using AI for AI is critical. And I think that also for the physical operation of the construction, no, is using more and more, no, especially robotics. We see more and more new technologies that are being used that are helping us to be efficient. But I think that we are just at the beginning, no? And I think this is going to be exponential, and it's going to help us not to be more efficient and to deliver projects on budget and on schedule, no? And I think we need to do more and more, no? We are just at the beginning, no?
Mm-hmm. Do you see AI having an effect on your headcount, whether growing or shrinking your workforce?
Not yet. I think that the way I see it is that as a company we are growing, and how we can grow with the same headcount as we have today, no? And using AI in order to be more productive than we are today, no? This is the way we see it today, but I think it's early days, no?
Yeah. Let's take another audience question. Given rising interest rates and fiscal pressures, do you see the public-private partnership model evolving?
I think, as I commented, no, what the way I see it is that the fiscal deficits are growing, difficult to raise more taxes, and that private partners play a key role. There is a lot of money that or capital that wants to invest in infrastructure in this specific sector. I think when you have a long-dated assets like we have us with cash flows coming later in the 50 years of the concession, lower interest rates is good for infrastructure in general because you have more value for the assets, but it's easier to finance also some of the projects. And so I see in general a positive environment to develop infrastructure, and infrastructure has been very resilient to different cycles. It's capturing growth, but also when this growth is lower, I mean, you have steady cash flows in the future, and then as you are discounting these cash flows with a lower interest, you are creating additional value.
Mm-hmm. Again, going back to the bread and butter of your business, which is highway development, I'm curious how you continue to grow revenue, which depends on more drivers being on the road, paying tolls. You mentioned being in dense cities, but then also thinking about the fact that globally we are thinking of how to reduce greenhouse emissions. So how do you balance getting more people on the road, paying tolls, but also everyone's thinking, maybe we should be driving less, maybe we should be carpooling, take the bus, take the train?
I think that what we offer mainly in the US is managed lanes, no? So in managed lanes is for cities that are growing and are very congested. What we are doing is widening the roads, no? With that, I mean, the worst thing in order for pollution and contamination is that when you have a lot of cars that are parked in the highway and are going at very slow speed, no? So as long as you are building additional infrastructure and you are increasing the average speed, you are reducing the amount of the pollution, no, that you are sending, no? And I think that at the end, our managed lanes, what are bringing is solving a problem that you have in many communities, that is congestion. So we are offering congestion relief in order for cities to grow. And I think, as I mentioned previously, 90% of the population will live in cities. Cities will continue growing. They will need infrastructure. And we are bringing that infrastructure in a sustainable way. And with that, what we are going to help is to increase the average speed and the level of congestion. So people are going to be living better and happier about the cities in which they are. And if we increase this average speed, and of course later you use more and more electric cars, the level of pollution and CO2 is going to be lower, no? Of course, as a company, we have targets for CO2, but we see that as a way to generate value, because for us, CO2 emissions is very related to, I mean, waste. Is very related about the use of energy, and I think that as a company, we need to have our objectives in order to reduce CO2 and to be more efficient doing that and creating value for shareholders and stakeholders.
Amazing. Thank you so much for your time, Ignacio.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Doyen Sola, and to Ignacio, and more. But there plenty of AI chat there, of course, more after this next session as well with Cisco. How to engage a fast-shifting luxury market and with the next-gen affluence that comes with that is the premise of this next panel discussion. Reuters consumer products correspondent Jessica Di Napoli speaks with the heads of 3 high-end brands about how they are navigating this sometimes, actually often, complicated context. So Jessica, come on out.
Was BAA. You bought it from BAA.
Yeah.
And I remember.
Thanks, Axel. I cover consumer products, things you use every day like laundry detergent and packaged food. That's why prepping for this panel on luxury goods was super fun, because it's a step into a totally different world, a world of fine jewels, rare trench coats, and also Coach bags. We're going to hear how the makers of these items are trying to capture the imaginations and wallets of Gen Z. Our panelists are Nadine Gone, the founder of Nadine Gone Fine Jewelry, Nicholas Bijan, the founder of NB44, a subscription service for luxury men's clothes, and Lou Frankfurt, the CEO of the Benvolio Group, and of course, the former CEO of Coach, which is right now having a moment with Gen Z. So let's start right off the bat with, what does luxury mean to Gen Z? And how is this generation different from older ones?
I mean, I'm happy to take the lead on it. I think, one of the interesting things about this generation with Gen Z is that they're extremely informed. They have access to AI technologies that historically, consumers would have to do quite a bit of research. And different things than we've seen in the past have different meaning and more meaning than previously. So sustainability, transparency, community, those are all things that I think are high on the priority list for Gen Z.
For sure. Lou, right now, Gen Z is really into Coach. The brand is having a revival. What about the brand's values and history do you think is attracting the younger generation?
Gen Z is actually quite reminiscent of my generation, which is the 60s, in the sense that they are looking, as you said, for authenticity, sustainability, value. They're looking for brands that will talk to them, and Coach is made out of natural leather. It develops a patina over time, most of its products. It represents good value. We also have started Coachtopia, which is where we're using recycled materials. And Coach is beloved by generations and is now reaching all-time highs.
Nice. And so your customers and clients, how many of them are Gen Z? Nadine, your pieces are very creative and kind of recreate like childhood objects, like a Crayola crayon. Does that resonate with Gen Z?
Yeah, I would just echo what they said, that I think that what speaks to Gen Z is authenticity. And in my brand, I really try to take the ordinary and make it extraordinary. And so there's like a value in that I think resonates with them, this kind of like bringing out people's inner child. And I feel like the Zers respond really well to that. And social media allows a window into a brand creation with a little bit of behind the scenes. And they feel like they're part of the journey. So I feel like that's worked for my brand.
And are your customers Gen Zers, or do you cater? Your products are pretty expensive.
Sure. You'd be surprised. I mean, we're seeing one of the more surprising things at my brand NB44 is how many of our members, because we serve our clients through membership, are actually older Gen Z and younger millennials, and they have a very high spending capacity, which is something that I think many people would be surprised by. Last year and this year, I think out of our top 5 customers by revenue, 3 or maybe even 4 were Gen Z or younger millennials. So, and those are very big dollar amounts in terms of average orders.
And one interesting element of your business is that it's not just a brand, it also, you have a sense of community. Could you tell us a little about that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think what we do is really trying to blend luxury with kind of a redefining e-commerce experience. And in many ways, we are an innovative business, but in many ways also we're very old-fashioned because we really believe in building a strong relationship with our clients. To take that a step further, we also love, it's optional to them, but we love giving the opportunity for them to have a relationship with each other, almost like you would see with many high-end luxury brands like watch companies and even car companies. It's almost like, when you see somebody wearing NB44, you guys both have that in common and you can immediately be friends. We took that to the next level and we said, let's have events that people can meet each other and we can put them in a room that's with a common value, like if they love a certain topic, then we would make it around that. And it's been one of the coolest parts, I think, about starting this luxury brand is seeing that part grow. And it makes sense because I think post-pandemic there's an appetite for that.
For sure. Yeah. So you mentioned 3 of your 5 top spenders are Gen Z. How did you attract these clients? What works to grab the attention and build a consumer base in Gen Z? Is it social media? Is it influencers? What works?
I mean, social media is an enormous tool. My late father was an amazing fashion designer, and I learned a great deal from him. And one thing that I think was always such an important thing for him when I was growing up was the red carpet and the Oscars. That was like, for the fashion business, our Super Bowl. This last award season, we had the opportunity to dress somebody who was nominated for 10 Academy Awards, his film. And he wore our clothing. It was fantastic. But about a week later, a member of ours who has a big YouTube following on social media just briefly in one sentence mentioned, "What's your favorite brand?" "Oh, probably NB44. We saw, I want to say, at least 700 or 800 applications for membership with NB44 come in. So it just has changed totally. And now with ChatGPT, we're seeing people finding out about our brand and really becoming very informed consumers through AI. So that might be the next step.
We'll definitely come back to that. Nadine, I wanted to ask you, do celebrity endorsements and celebrity partnerships work? I think you have some famous Gen Z clients. Have they helped you reach the younger audience?
I think I'm very lucky that I have celebrities who I would say push the brand, but mostly because they're actually clients of mine. And I think that genuine connection resonates with Gen Zers. I wouldn't, again, I don't sell only to Gen Zers. I kind of sell to someone with a mindset that's a very open-minded mindset that's willing to wear something a little bit different and build dialogue around that. So I don't know. I'm not a firm believer in influencers. I think I've been in the business for 10 years, and I definitely saw big brands really pushing on influencers, gifting, et cetera. Like, that's just not the marketing I do. It's just much more organic, word of mouth, and kind of like what Nicholas said, it creates a community. And I think that community is very connected and authentic and interested usually in the same things, whether it's luxury experiences, cars, restaurants, et cetera. And so that just naturally has worked, I think, in the favor of my brand.
Nice. And when in your investments, how do you, what makes a good investment in terms of how they're reaching Gen Z? And kind of on the same page, like with Coach, it's been worn by celebrities across generations. Was that important in building the brand over the decades?
It was increasingly important as we became a larger brand and we became much more accustomed to the digital world. The reality is that when we talk about Gen Z, today they only represent about 15% of global spending, but they will represent over 40% in 15 years. And Coach has always been consumer-centric, really focused on the hearts and minds of young consumers. And as I say in my memoir, Bagman, we are a democratized luxury brand. And when we think of Gen Z, we think they do shop high and low. They shop in the resale market. They want immediate gratification. They're much more likely to look for brands that they perceive as real, less interested in conspicuous consumption. And at Coach, we do a considerable amount of customization. And last night at an event, I spoke with many Coach owners who had their unique Coach bag with different design elements to it. You can also have bags made customized. So even though we're a brand of large scale, we think of every single customer, and everything depends upon satisfying long-term relationships. We have 4 generations that shop Coach today.
That makes
exciting.
I think the customization element is really key because I think all of our brands do it. At least for me, all my pieces are made to order, so I can't satisfy the person who wants to buy it immediately. But what I can satisfy is someone who wants something that's unique to them and customized to them. So I have clients who are like, my child's name is, X, and I want blue stones here, and et cetera. And it becomes like a conversation we have, and they have one piece that's one of one to them. But that is also recognizable if you know the brand.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with you. I agree with you 100%. That's luxury, having that ability to do that. You're not buying a commodity,
How do you tailor your products? You also make pieces that are like one of one, one of 4.
Yes.
But they arrive to people's homes in these boxes.
Yeah.
No, they're not really boxes.
Trunks.
They're trunks.
Yeah.
How does that work?
So, we really believe that when you're buying a luxury product, which our pieces are very expensive. I mean, if you're talking about a jacket for thousands of dollars, you should really be one of the only people in the world wearing that piece. Yeah. And it should, even to go a step further, be made with you in mind. So we actually will design our seasonal collections with our members in mind. Now, each of those pieces don't end up needing to be purchased by that person because they are all collectible. But I think when you're spending that hard-earned money on a luxury item, you shouldn't see every single person wearing the same piece. Yeah. And it shouldn't be so easily available that you can buy it on every corner. Now, I'm talking about thousands of dollars, like $7,000, $6,000, $8,000 on a jacket.
Yes.
In addition to that, when you're paying that, you also deserve an amazing service, an amazing experience as a customer. And I think that's really lacking in the world today.
Yeah. I see we're getting audience questions, but on the point you're kind of bringing up about like ultra luxury versus accessible luxury, Coach is the icon of accessible luxury. What is the balance between what is accessible and what is ultra luxury, and what is the role of ultra luxury in that kind of ecosystem? Is it meant to influence mass luxury and like fast fashion, or is it supposed to be in kind of a like a gilded tower? What is the role of it?
Do you want to start?
Maybe Luke.
Well, I will say at Coach, we don't get inspiration from ultra luxury. We get inspiration from our consumers, from our products, from their values. And Gen Z is a very interesting generation, as I said earlier, very much like my generation of the 60s, because they are really very thoughtful, but at the same time, they're quick to make decisions, and they're looking for quick satisfaction. We introduce lots of products at Coach, and while we have a global assortment, we do make products tailored to different cultures, in different countries.
Got it.
I'll echo, like, just from, I believe that ultra luxury is kind of that gilded luxury that's a bit aspirational. And at least in my case, the ultra luxury isn't about saying no to some people. It's just about giving that experience to the clients that are coming, and to have that one-on-one experience. You can't expand that in a mass way. And that doesn't resonate, at least with my brand. And I think that today ultra luxury is something that, but it's, again, not everyone can attain it, just naturally by the pricing, by the amount of people you leave in the, in your network, et cetera, et cetera.
The rarity of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think rarity is, actually, there's a lot of commonality that I heard from what Lou shared with my point of view on it. But I also think that, these are pieces that are being offered to people who really don't need something. They're looking to maybe celebrate something, or to celebrate themselves, or to feel good, or to maybe they had a very stressful week and they want to lower their blood pressure a little bit and enjoy and shop. So really we have to create things that are first and foremost amazing quality that will last a lifetime, but also things that they really mean something deeper than just a jacket or just a shoe, And I think the relationship and the experience also has a lot to do with that,
On this topic, also, one question that is in the mind of many people just on the outside of luxury is, or even people buying luxury, is have prices gotten too high, just from a combination of inflation, tariffs, the cost of gold? How do you manage that?
So I think because my prices are probably the highest on the stage, I can speak to it just a touch. I think prices have gotten very high. But the point is that what are you buying? I think when you're buying something at a high price point, it should be extremely expensive to produce. Yeah. The quality of that garment, or the raw materials of that garment, or even the limited nature of that garment should allow it to be justified to charge that price. And in the ultra high-end luxury market, you're catering to an extremely intelligent consumer. So I think that when they see that something is quality, or they see it's personalized, or they see it's, really designed for them, so to speak, why would I spend the same amount of money at potentially another brand that isn't doing all of those things? Yeah. That's my philosophy on it.
In the case of Coach, Coach has a very diversified assortment and has price points that are compelling to consumers at all levels. And since Coach is today an expressive luxury brand, one of the things Coach did do is go back to its archives to reinterpret the bags and products from the 60s and 70s and bring it forward to this decade, which is really resonating well. In terms of inflation, Coach works real hard to offset inflationary costs and pass as little on to consumers as possible.
That makes sense. I do see some interesting questions that I didn't think of on here. Tell me if this is something you can speak to. How are you responding to more ethnic demand to reflect cultural luxury products? So like selling an item that reflects somebody's cultural identity. Do you deal with that at all in jewelry, or does that?
Yeah,
I think among Gen Z globally, because of everyone having access to information around the world instantaneously, I think there's a commonality in terms of what people like, regardless of where they live. In the case of bags and accessories, adjustments are made for cultures where people might be using public transportation more than cars. There's adjustments that are made around color that can skew more locally. But in terms of overall interest, it's really remarkable, the globalization of values among Gen Z.
Yeah, I mean, for us, it's part of our DNA. I mean, we're designing clothing and delivering it to our members around the world, so we really have to take into consideration where they live and the places they're visiting. A very brief example is we use a beautiful material of silk, Japanese silk, that we obviously create in Italy. But in some of the countries that we're serving, they don't wear silk that much because it might be against their religious beliefs. So we will design something using a really beautiful cotton and in a similar design, and only offer that to those members in those countries. So absolutely, and I think that that's what you're paying for when you're buying a luxury product. It needs to be thoughtfully produced like that.
That makes sense. So another kind of perennial topic in retail is the relevance and importance of brick and mortar stores. Some luxury brands have amazing physical locations, like the Louis in Shanghai and here in Manhattan. There's plenty. How do you view it for your brand, Nadine? I think you've had some pop-ups, and you have a unique take on it.
Yeah, I don't have retail space, and I think a lot of people recommend that I should. But my thinking is, most of my clients come directly through Instagram or my website, and I don't know, I think the retail model for me is a bit expired, and the way to bring in the clients and have them see it in person is through very customized, I would say, events or pop-ups where I'm present, I can explain the collection, and I can customize for the clients who are there. So for example, in January, I'm doing something similar in Saudi Arabia, and there's going to be a group of people coming in, they're going to see the pieces, we're going to place orders and customize, and that's worked for my business. I wouldn't call it a trunk, I guess it's a trunk show, but when I started 10 years ago, everyone was adamant about being in retailers to build a brand and to build a name for yourself, and actually I find that the retail footprint is quite archaic. Yeah. And so my point of view was to, just get to the end consumer, because at the end of the day, that's the goal, and manage the relationship and the conversation around the pieces.
Do you find that the pop-ups that you do generate, is there a positive to it? Does it lead to sales, greater brand awareness?
Yeah. I mean, I think in my experience, first of all, I get to meet my client and we have a conversation, and that's always super interesting for me. It's been super successful. I think by seeing the piece live versus seeing it online, it's a different experience. And by meeting the artist behind it and understanding the inspiration in the same way that if I saw an art piece that I love, but then I met the artist and they explained how they got to that art piece, it just brings much more depth and value. And so it influences my purchasing behavior.
Got it.
Traditional brick and mortar retail is changing. I think my background in my family business, in my late father's business, was some of the most beautiful traditional brick and mortar retail, I think, in the world, with Rodeo Drive and Fifth Avenue for many years and House of Bijan. So I really grew up in that setting. When I started NB44, I really wanted to kind of think about how we can innovate in a traditional business like that. So we ship our collections all around the world to 37 different cities right now. And we try and do it in, as you mentioned, a very impressive way, so that you still get this impressive feeling like you would be in a brick and mortar. That took care of a lot of issues. Took care of, obviously, the extremely high cost of overhead that raises every year with retail. And it also takes care of the unpredictability, or so to speak, the forecastability that you see with a membership or subscription model. But I do have a beautiful design studio, which is on the 3rd floor of this building in Beverly Hills, right off Rodeo Drive. And I see that when our members come in person to that intimate setting, they really, really love their experience, even more than receiving the trunks. And so it is important, but that doesn't mean you need a 50-foot frontage store on Rodeo Drive that's going to cost, millions of dollars a year. You could do the same kind of thing in a smaller level. And you see that now with brands like Audemars Piguet. You see it with brands, almost all luxury brands. Yesterday I was walking up and down Madison Avenue, and I visited Lalique, and they have a beautiful maison that they've built there. And as a consumer, it's a much more intimate and strong feeling that you're getting with the brand. And I think for real estate owners, they're going to see their second and third floor real estate, which traditionally was less desirable, become more desirable.
For Coach, our philosophy from the very beginning was to be available in image-enhancing ways wherever consumers choose to shop. Coach is in its 9th decade, and there was a time when we were a wholesale business, and then we started a mail order business, and we opened stores, and then went online. And all of the channels play a role. In some countries, brick and mortar is more important, like China, than it is in the United States. But for a brand that where the touch and feel of products are important, if you're substantial enough, you'll be able, and have a strong enough brand, you'll be able to support some physical locations. And that's the most immersive experience, when someone can come and see the world of Coach, touch all of the products, meet the seasoned sales team to get superior client service, and the alike.
I think we have time for one more question. Tariffs are something we've all heard a lot about. You guys both make your products in Italy, which is a tariffed country. How do you manage that cost, and how do you communicate it to your clients? Is it something they even care about, or?
Yeah, I mean, I think when you're serving this this client base, people would assume that they don't care about prices, but I actually think it's the opposite. I think they're very price conscious. They might not be price sensitive, but they're price conscious, or vice versa. So, believe it or not, my job as a designer, I think, is to actually make my products as affordable as possible. And with the recent tariffs that we see from Europe and Italy, my stance on it was that we would not pass that to our customers. So obviously our margins would be compressed, but we would try and give as much value to our customers as we can. We'll see how that goes.
Yeah, I would say that I try to give as much value to my customers as well. However, I think in my business, the challenge this year has been the gold price, in case anyone's seen, has gone skyrocketed. So it makes the tariffs look a little bit less relevant in terms of the pricing. But, I mean, you know, my brand is small enough. I work with an atelier in Italy. So, like, my prices are changing based on these costs, and they will eventually go to my client in order for me to stay in business. And so I'm curious to see what's going to happen if gold keeps rising. Unfortunately, my brand and bigger brands, like, who are stocking up on gold and, you know, kind of balancing the price, are transferring it to the client at the end of the day.
But does it make the pieces that you sell more valuable intrinsically? Because,
well, I think if you bought one of my pieces 5 or 10 years ago, that was a great investment.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think we're at the end. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much indeed, Jessica. Thank you very much indeed to the panel. Look, keep your questions coming. Keep your feedback coming. We've got 2 more sessions before we break for lunch. Reimagining enterprise infrastructure for the AI era is the title of this next fireside. So, closing the gap between AI ambition and operational reality, and how big companies are grappling with that while trying to stay ahead, of course. To moderate, please welcome Melissa Martani, who's going to be in conversation with Cisco Senior Vice President Portfolio Strategy, Jeff Schultz. This session is hosted in partnership with Cisco. Come on out.
Good morning, everyone. Jeff, thanks for being here.
My pleasure.
So I'm going to dive straight in. All
Yes.
anyone can talk about at the moment is AI.
Yes.
And I'm interested from Cisco's perspective as a safe, trusted brand. That's how most people know Cisco. You've been around for decades. Does this reputation help you or harm you as you reinvent yourself in this fast-paced AI era?
Well, I think overall, I think it absolutely helps us, but there's no question that we've had to change, and pretty dramatically. If you think about, Cisco's been around for over 40 years now, and it has been the trusted brand for networking and infrastructure. And we've done a lot of acquisitions, brought in lots of different things. Actually, Slido is part of our portfolio, which you all are using today.
That's how we're seeing your questions.
That's how you're getting our questions. But I think if we take a step back, what we really had to do is dramatically accelerate our pace of innovation as we think about this new opportunity. And then also really think about how do we change the thinking around Cisco as really just a networking company or as a sum of a couple different parts, and think about the outcomes that our customers need to drive in the AI era. And so we've really rethought our operation and even our product organization around three key outcomes, one being AI-ready data centers and what do our customers need from an infrastructure perspective to take on this challenge. And those customers are everyone from the hyperscalers and the neoclouds as well as our enterprise customers. We've thought about the workplace and what we call a future-proof workplace because AI is very rapidly coming into where we work and where we serve customers. And so that has to dramatically change from an infrastructure perspective. And then the third outcome is digital resilience, which is really about how do we keep all of this up and running in the face of much more infrastructure complexity as well as security threats. And so we've really taken on this challenge by reorganizing around these three key outcomes and then driving faster than ever before. And we like to talk about driving at startup speed, but at Cisco scale.
Well, security is very important. I do want to talk about that. But on the first part, the traffic, if 2025 was a year about AI chatbots, 2026 seems to be about AI agents.
Yes.
That's where everyone seems to be moving. And Cisco's own research showed that AI agents generate up to 25 times more network traffic.
Yes.
So just to put that in perspective, if anyone in here is a company owner, if your company is comfortably handling network traffic today, that's set to spike by like 25%. So my question for you, Jeff, is are companies ready for this? And if not, what's the first thing that breaks?
Yeah, well, generally not. And so we are working with a lot of companies to get them to the right place to do this. And if you think about it, what's happening, again, when you move from chatbots to agentic, chatbot traffic was very spiky. So like people would ask questions, it would go off, do research, fairly short time frames, come back with answers. So you'd see spikes of network traffic and infrastructure traffic. With agentic, you now have the ability to do full tasks and full workloads with agents working with other agents over extremely extended periods of time. So what happens is the traffic spikes and it stays high for sustained amount of times. And so what we're seeing is really three key things. We're seeing an infrastructure constraint. So are customers ready for the infrastructure that's required? And that means not just the networking, but the power and the compute and the simplicity of operations to get that to work. We're seeing a security or a trust gap, which is that now you have more of this traffic, more opportunity for people to attack you and move around your organization laterally. And so being able to then, that traffic actually brings on an additional security challenge, which means that infrastructure now needs to be very aware of the security posture, not just separate security and networking. And then the third thing is a data gap. With all of this additional traffic, we're generating massive amounts of telemetry that actually hold the key to performance and your business and security. But it's very, very hard for our customers to capture all of that. So what we're really doing is, as we think about this with our customers, is really those three key challenges that have to be sort of met head on.
Well, I think it's interesting because upgrading networks makes a lot of sense. It's like a no-brainer when it's a market boom. But as budgets get tightened, it's often one of the first things to go. So how do you make the case to business leaders that upgrading network infrastructure not only enables revenue, but it actually specifically drives it?
Yeah, so I think it's interesting because when you think about the AI opportunity and whether that's agentic AI or sort of that next stage, which is physical AI, which is robotics and sensors and all the other things that are entering our workplace, we think that you have to treat this as a revenue opportunity. Your ability, I mean, and by the way, it's also a cost-cutting opportunity. I mean, we know, and not from a people perspective, but from a pure productivity perspective, we're seeing a huge opportunity for AI to just give humans superpowers in the office. Think of like a population of 8 billion having the power of 80 billion people or more, just with all of this assistance. And so we really don't, even in a rough economic scenario, we don't see an opportunity where you really should be thinking about not doing this, because in this world, infrastructure and AI sort of go hand in hand. Like, you can't think about upgrading your infrastructure later as you start thinking about adopting AI. If you want to bring robotics into a manufacturing environment or even into your workplace, you're going to need the infrastructure to handle that, and most organizations don't have that today. We're still working on infrastructure that was probably put in 10 years ago.
And, I mean, is there a way to quantify this in terms of return on investment? How do you quantify that in terms of infrastructure?
Yeah, so I think that there's a couple ways to look at it, and there's sort of the very traditional ways of looking at ROI, and are you more productive, and are you able to, for instance, improve your customer service by bringing in chatbots and things like that. But one of the areas that we think is really interesting is ultimately, if you think about the AI challenge, what our customers need to do is generate and process as many tokens as possible at as low a price as possible. So think of a token in a language model as every word that needs to come together, and then every word and sentence pair that comes out. And again, what the key to competitiveness is really going to be about how many tokens can you process, and can you do it affordably? And so one of the areas that we're working with our customers on from an ROI perspective is we call tokenomics, which is literally being able to look at when you bring in your infrastructure, whether it's compute, it's storage, it's the networking, all of this combined. What is your cost per token in processing? And ultimately, we think that to be most competitive in your industry, you're going to need to have the lowest cost per token. And so I think that's a huge ROI measurement opportunity.
I mean, well, you mentioned it just before about the cost cutting and the power that AI has, which is great for the customer. But there are huge sustainability concerns when it comes to AI, and especially when you're trying to scale infrastructure. How are you mitigating some of those energy and efficiency concerns?
Yeah, so it's really definitely a huge challenge. I mean, if you think about, and it's all over the news, of course, we know that the infrastructure needed to run AI does consume more power than traditional applications. The chips consume more power, and therefore, everyone we're working with has to figure out new ways of solving that problem. And so lots of new innovation around liquid cooling and other types of cooling mechanisms within the infrastructure. But there's a couple other areas that we think are really interesting. First, as you think about data center build-outs, because of power and sustainability and other energy issues, you simply can't build data centers big enough to handle all of the load. So what we're finding is our customers are needing to distribute and build multiple data centers, and you've seen that in the news a lot. And those data centers can be close to each other in a metropolitan area. They can be very far. But they need to be interconnected at speeds that are like at massively different rates than what you would normally interconnect across data centers. You need to almost have the performance across data centers that you would normally have within a data center. And again, that's a very power-intensive issue. And so one of the areas that we're looking at in particular is the sort of the silicon, the chips that run in the routers and the switches themselves, and how do we think about sustainability from that perspective. And so we recently launched new capabilities around our routers that very, very high power efficiency in connecting data centers, and then within the data centers, even chip technology that, for instance, can look at a switch and decide if there's traffic on it and actually toggle off a port to turn ports off so that they're not generating heat while they're idle. And so I think there's a lot of technology that has to still be built to handle that.
Well, I'm interested. So if you have data centers that are in separate places, and the same thing with routers, does this help in terms of cybersecurity, or does it not make a difference? Because there's a cybersecurity threat. Is it a good thing to have different data centers or not?
In a way, it actually increases the threat, but I think at the same time, we're seeing that across the board. Like, if you think about the cybersecurity threats that our customers face, I mean, our worlds have become more hyper-distributed regardless, and so there's more applications and workloads running in clouds and talking to things that are on-premise, and so this is just a natural progression of that. But it's definitely an area where we have to focus, and so that's why we in particular believe that security and networking can no longer exist as separate silos in organizations. They need to start getting fused together. And that's in part because just the volumes of traffic and what's happening inside your networks is becoming so high, whether it's across data centers or inside data centers, that you can just no longer have security be a separate choke point, so to speak. And so we believe that those need to be brought together. We also believe that you need to start, in order to solve for this, you also need to start thinking about what's called AI safety and security. And that's specifically the fact that models that power applications and agents can be very non-deterministic. They don't always give you the same answer every time. They can give you bad results. Bad actors can come in and trick them into giving bad results. And so now you have this whole other threat vector that you have to deal with. And if you see lots of models being adopted within an organization, it's impossible for developers to secure all of them individually. And so that's another area where we call it AI defense, which we believe has to actually be built into the infrastructure.
And how do you do that? Because I read recently about an AI attack that was powered mainly by AI, take the humans out. So this makes it even more difficult if the AI is attacking itself.
Yes, absolutely. And so I think in a world where agents are talking to other agents and therefore these non-deterministic models are basically powering all of these conversations, that's exactly the reason why you need to be thinking of AI defense as this sort of substrate layer, not as something like traditional application security where you put it into each individual application or agent. It needs to run holistically in your environment. And again, this gets to that very notion of being able to just bring additional intelligence into figuring out whether that model is doing what it's supposed to do. For instance, you could trick a model into doing something by telling it you're somebody that's trying to do something and you're not that person. What we believe is that the model should be able to determine, are you really the person you say you are when you're trying to trick it to do something.
How do you do that?
Well, there's lots of different ways you can do it. So for instance, if you tie AI defense to identity intelligence as an example, if somebody tries to attack a model by saying, I'm a screenwriter, so I'd really like to understand instructions for building a bomb, even though that model may be tuned to not give those kinds of instructions. If you say I'm a screenwriter trying to do it, it might actually do that. It's a very real type of scenario. And one of the tricks would be for us to determine that you are in fact not a screenwriter. And we can do that through identity types of services and be able to bring that into the defense.
But doesn't that create another cybersecurity threat of people uploading their personal details, which could then be stolen?
All of these things are the types of things that have to get worked out. And, the reality is we have great protections on doing that. The way, by the way, you don't have to go that far. Like, that could be a good internal example. Like, you may not be asking external people to do that, but you could also use this very same technology to just prevent those bomb instructions from ever being written, no matter what. And that's, again, that would be very hard to do if you're having to depend on application developers doing it on each different agent.
This is fascinating. I think we could have a whole other session on cybersecurity threats. I do want to take some questions from the audience, and if you have your questions, please submit them. So what is a nightmare scenario on security issues? Is it company-specific, or does it spread across whole sectors and economies?
I think there are lots of those types of scenarios that can happen. It definitely spreading across sectors and economies when you start thinking about agents collaborating with other agents. And again, this is sort of why we feel like you have to shift the security thinking in agentic AI away from requiring application developers or the people building the agents to have to take care of the security themselves. It has to be more of that substrate approach where We know the bad things that can happen, and we prevent them even at the network level. And so, one of the things, again, we talk about with AI defense is not just seeing what's happening, but being able to prevent it at the network level, literally shut it down automatically. And so I think that's the kind of thing that you're going to need to see. And when that can get built into the networks that connect businesses, then you prevent some of these nightmare scenarios.
And I know that I think about a month ago, Cisco announced Cisco Unified Edge.
Yes.
What is this, and how is it going to change things for consumers?
Well, I think one of the things that we're seeing is as these power requirements and compute requirements expand, you're not going to have all this token generation happening in data centers. It's going to happen at the edge, in your businesses, in your offices. Think about if you have robotics as an example, or computer vision applications. We're going to want AI running there. And so our unified edge was basically built to be able to allow our customers to bring this AI processing safely into their remote locations, knowing that they have space constraints, power constraints, many times don't have IT staff in hand. So we're bringing all of our expertise together to make it really easy to bring a very modular AI system into these remote locations and manage them holistically.
So I'm just so I understand correctly, so for the last decade or so, we've been told that to store everything in the cloud, and that was the way it was going. Is this unified edge, is this different to the cloud? Does this mean we shouldn't be putting things in the cloud, or do we need the cloud and edge?
Oh, you need the cloud and edge. So I think what we are definitely seeing is that AI is creating a repatriation of workloads where for many years we were thinking push everything out to the cloud. Now we're seeing a lot of our customers want to bring workloads back into their on-prem data centers or into these edge types of scenarios, because it's just not practical. If you have inferencing at the edge for robotics, you're not going to want to send all that traffic up to the cloud, or you're only going to want to send some of it. And so we're seeing people want to be much more hybrid than in the past.
And does a hybrid model, does it make it more complex and expensive, or does it make it easier for a consumer?
Well, we're trying to make it easier and less expensive. And the trick there is the management layer and really bringing operational simplicity to it. And so I think that's the key.
So we've just got less than 2 minutes, and I have to ask you, so, if you read about AI, we hear a lot that we're in an AI bubble. And as Cisco is betting big on building all this AI infrastructure, do you think we're in an AI bubble? And what is Cisco's backup plan if we are?
Okay. So, well, first of all, I've been through a lot of bubbles, and usually you don't know if you're in a bubble until after the bad things happen. So what I will say is this: I think if you take a step back, what we see is that our customers, companies, nations are investing heavily right now in their future and future competitiveness. And if you think about what I said before about tokenomics, we really think that the ability for companies and nations to be able to generate and work on tokens at the lowest possible cost is both an economic competitive advantage as well as a national defense issue. And so in many respects, a lot of this investment is really warranted given the opportunity. And this is definitely a tailwind for Cisco. But I think the other interesting thing, it's not the only thing that we're doing. AI, we're betting very, very heavily in for lots of different reasons. But we are very, very diversified as a company. And so I think a lot of the dynamics that people associate with the bubble and other companies really don't apply to Cisco in particular.
So as we're at Reuters Next, when we think about next year, what is Cisco's moonshot vision for the future?
Yeah. So, I think, we are very, positive on the opportunity of AI. And what we are really hyper-focused on right now is becoming the critical infrastructure for AI, especially as we move into this agentic era where enterprises are adopting it. And it's not just sitting within a handful of companies that are training the biggest models. We believe this needs to get unlocked for all of our customers, and that's what we're focused on.
Jeff, thank you very much. Pleasure.
Thank you so much.
Very much, Melissa. Thank you very much to Jeff. Look, we've got one more session before we break for lunch. I've just been informed, by the way, there are over 1 million watching the live stream. So stay with us, everyone watching the live stream. We've got one more session before lunch, and then a really super energetic, action-packed afternoon ahead when we switch back to tech and to AI as well. Right, we shift our attention back now to how business leaders are navigating the impact that geopolitics and economic uncertainty is having on their consumers. how to build a strategy that is versatile enough to stay abreast of all the unpredictability out there while keeping the consumer front and center. Vanessa O'Connell is Reuters editorial events editor. She is an expert in the consumer goods space, and Vanessa will moderate this discussion. Come on out.
Hi, thanks everyone here for joining us, and thanks to everyone on the live stream as well. I'm Vanessa O'Connell, and I am a consumer, so that makes me an expert, just like all of you. It's a privilege for me to introduce our guests today. I'm really excited to have you here. I'm going to start by the company with the biggest revenue. So Joanne Crevassier, CEO of Tapestry, which has about $7 billion in annual revenue.
That's correct.
Holding company for Coach as well as Kate Spade, New York.
That's correct.
Thank you so much for joining us.
You're
Neil
welcome.
Blumenthal, co-CEO of Warby Parker, which has about 330 stores across the country, working on a new pair of AI glasses right now, and about $870 million in annual revenue. Yep. Feel free to update the audience if there's any guidance on any revenue. Carla Vernon, thank you so much for coming. CEO of The Honest Co., baby product and personal care company. I like the hair detangler myself.
Fantastic.
With about $370 million estimated annual revenue.
That's right.
So I've got a lot of questions for our three CEOs. I'm really excited to have you here. We're going to talk about the consumer, but first I have to ask about tariffs. President Trump has obviously introduced a range of tariffs that affect consumer goods of all kinds. How have tariffs affected your companies and your supply chains? And Carla, I'm going to start with you on that one.
Sure. Well, it's great to be here with everybody, and it's a pleasure to be with you all on the panel today. For The Honest Company, which, as you mentioned, is a personal care company, for people who don't know, we make personal care products across the spectrum, baby care to household personal care to skin care. We focus very much on clean formulations that people can trust to be good for their loved ones, themselves, their surfaces. And for us at Honest, we don't own our manufacturing, so tariffs are a component of our strategy. They're not a new component for us because even in previous administrations, we had to have plans to manage and mitigate any tariff impact. So for us, especially the tariffs related to products manufactured in China, that is something that we've been handling with a team we call the tariff tacklers. If we love one thing at Honest, it's like to give something a catchy brand name. And so we have a team that's been working to mitigate both how we partner with our supply chain co-manufacturers and then also how we plan for it on our business model strategy.
Follow up on that. What's the latest thing they have flagged, the tariff trackers?
I think there's optimism. We've managed to be able to continue delivering growth without having to have a real extreme pricing strategy. We've managed to mitigate the cost through internal activities and through partnerships externally. And that's what we're really striving to do, is continue to make sure we can just manage the price-value equation with our consumers.
Joanne, tell me about tariffs and Tapestry.
Well, I'll start by talking about our supply chain, which I think is a competitive advantage for our company. Fundamentally, what we deliver is incredible value to our consumers. That's our brand promise. We deliver unbeatable quality and innovation for what I think is an unbeatable value in the marketplace. And we've developed a supply chain over the last 2 decades that allows us to deliver that value. We don't do much manufacturing in China. We are globally diversified. And if the last 5 years have shown us anything, it's that agility and diversification in the supply chain really matter. And our teams have done an unbelievable job navigating everything from supply chain disruptions where COVID shut down entire countries for production to Suez Canal blockages and some of the other things that have been thrown at us from a supply chain standpoint, and we've been able to consistently deliver that value and innovation for our consumers. So tariffs are another one of those things that we've all had to deal with. And in our case, we've seen the the tariff impact rise, it's been a rising tide across all countries. It's been very uniform almost across countries, so it's hard to avoid a tariff. But we have been able to navigate and mitigate from a cost perspective and an efficiency perspective. We've got plans in place over time to fully mitigate the tariffs, but we're driving more efficiency across our organization with, better tools, better data, better analytics, more efficiency. And we are being thoughtful about pricing because we are committed to delivering that incredible value for our consumers. So it's not a knee-jerk, we're just going to take prices up. We're looking very thoughtfully about that value proposition that we deliver to consumers, and we feel very well positioned in this environment to deliver compelling value, and we see consumers responding more and more to that value that we deliver, so we feel that we're really well positioned in this market.
A follow-up on that, where have you had to raise prices? What products and by how much?
We're seeing a lot of success in what I guess you would call pricing power that stems from it really is a combination of understanding our consumer and delivering innovation. So where we're able to take price and where we see the consumers responding is when we're delivering more innovation to our consumers. It's not about pricing up the same old product with the same old materials and the same old functionality. It's about delivering more functionality, better materials, new innovation that they're looking for in their lives with the products we deliver. We're delivering innovation and experiences because it starts with knowing our customers. And when we think about a tariff environment, what I think about first is how that environment not is impacting our cost, it's how that environment is impacting our customer. And as we talk to our consumers, understanding what they value is really the most important thing, and being able to be agile and deliver against what they value as those values change with all of the macro uncertainties in the environment. That's where we win, and that's where we're able to see them responding with higher priced product, for example.
Definitely want to come back to the impact on the consumer. Sunglasses, a lot of them come from China. Have you changed your supply chain, or how have you dealt with the tariffs on goods imported from China?
Yeah, well, just to echo the comment, we've lived through a lot of crises over the last 5 years. So the best companies are super adaptable and nimble. So when April hit and we had these first tariff announcements, our team jumped into action and we dusted off basically the playbook that we'd established during COVID. And what we find is that when there is a crisis, it tends to hurt our competitors more than it hurts us because we move much faster than most other people. I think that's just being the heritage of a growth company. My founder and I still run Warby Parker. We're a tech-enabled brand, so we leverage technology to move quickly. We've, over the years, also strengthened our supply chain. We have 2 manufacturing facilities here in the U.S. Where we cut lenses, insert them into our frames. The lenses tend to be the biggest piece of a cost of goods sold of glasses, both prescription glasses and sunglasses. So yes, we needed to make some changes on the spot, whether that was moving some semi-finished goods from one country to another. But we're going to end this year more profitable than we thought we were because of the fast actions of our team. And the thing that I'm most proud of is we provide prescription glasses and sunglasses for a fraction of what our competitors sell them for. So for 15 years, we started in 2010, glasses like the ones I'm wearing, we're still charging $95 for, even in spite of tariffs. And we've seen our competitors raise prices every single year. And this would typically cost $400 or $500 someplace else. Now, that doesn't mean that we haven't taken price in some other premium products that we sell, whether certain lens options or premium lens coatings. So we've managed, but we're coming out of this year sort of stronger than even sort of the pre-tariff environment.
What's the latest guidance on margins? If you've been able to keep prices steady on, some of your more popular glasses.
Yeah. So, our long-term guidance is, high teens, 20% grower, and expanding EBITDA 100 to 200 basis points per year. We think long-term we're a 20% EBITDA business. Last quarter, we grew EBITDA over 200 basis points. And we think that will continue to actually accelerate our EBITDA growth thanks to a lot of emerging technologies using AI to drive productivity throughout the business.
Definitely going to come back to AI in a bit, but let's just talk about macro pressures on the consumer. Are you seeing that in the United States? And if so, where? Carla?
It's truly a mixed environment. Our products play a very particular role for people. And because of the way we design and formulate our products to have 3,500 ingredients that we don't allow in our personal care products that are commonly found in many of your mainstream and large-scale personal care products, we have a cost structure that means we have to accommodate the ability to formulate to this really special, designed for sensitive skin and designed for people whose really skin and body just doesn't react well to some of those known irritants. That ends up putting our products on the upper side of many of the categories we play in. So our products do tend to be higher priced than the legacy brands that are in the categories. We have found that we are still able to outpace our categories for the most part. It's been a little bit of a moderated growth rate. But what we see is that people are buying our products, sometimes changing size strategy in order to stay in our portfolio and continue to grow with our brands, but not really seeing a downgrade in the units that we are selling, just seeing that people are managing their budget by choiceful, what we call price and package size, price pack architecture choices.
And Joanne, it's the big shopping season right now for you and your company. Mm-hmm. Are you seeing softness in the consumer, and if so, where?
Well, in fact, we're seeing resiliency across the world, and it is the right time to be talking about handbags as a gift. So for those of you who thought I'd put a little plug in there. But what we're seeing in our last quarter exemplifies this. We're seeing strong growth. And, I think that is a sign of a resilient consumer. To put it in some perspective for you, we grew high teens in North America in the last quarter. We grew high teens in China in the last quarter, and we grew over 30% in Europe. And these are businesses, our business is fairly scaled, as you mentioned earlier, and we've been in these regions for a long time. So this is not growth just because we're new and it's greenfield. This is growth on top of mature businesses in these markets. And we're seeing a lot of traction, first with younger consumers. Younger consumers, that's our target customer, and we're spending time on the key fundamentals of brand building, which starts with knowing the consumer. And I talked about it with tariffs, understanding how tariffs may be impacting their job prospects or their outlook or how they feel about the economy or buying things and what's important to them. We go into consumers' homes to understand this and get this data and these rich insights. And as an example, young consumers may be putting off life moments like getting married or buying a home, which they see as unachievable, but they are still participating, right? They still have a big friend group. They like to gift. And what's important to them is versatility. They want to buy a product that they know can last and is versatile to go from day to night. So our Duo bag at Kate Spade, as an example, was developed with those insights to be worn, able to be worn 6 ways. You can wear it as a clutch, you can wear it crossbody or as a shoulder bag. And it's with these insights that we're delivering innovation and they're responding. And we're seeing that across the world. We're seeing a lot of consistency in some of that feedback from that young Gen Z consumer in the US and in China and in Europe. And we're also not seeing a lot of differentiation by income cohort because there's been a lot written on, the K-shaped economy. We're seeing a nice response and growth, not only with the young consumer, who we see as influencing all age groups. We're seeing growth across all age groups, and we're seeing nice growth across all income segments. So I think it comes back to making sure you understand that value delivery for your consumer and deliver that innovation and value.
And Neil, are you seeing people buying fewer pair of glasses to save?
Thankfully, we operate in a pretty durable category, and people need glasses to see, so it tends to be pretty whether it's recession resistant or tends to be pretty stable even throughout cycles. I will say that the data does show that young folks in particular are having a tough time right now. If you look at like University of Michigan consumer sentiment data, right, when tariffs were first announced in April, right, it fell off a cliff. And then climbed back up. And then in September, we also saw a big decline in the U.S. And there's no question that inflation is leading folks to make tough decisions on where they want to spend. And I think that the power of brand, as you see, companies like the three of ours sort of benefit when you have a strong brand, a strong value proposition. There is this sort of flight to value and quality. But if you look, folks in their 20s in the U.S. have some of the highest levels of unemployment across the entire economy. I think the last numbers were, around 9% or so. Younger consumers also have student debt and consumer debt. So it is something we're keeping our eye on. Warby Parker is a brand that resonates with all age ranges. But as we talk to other CEOs, right, they're keeping their eye on this younger cohort.
Joanne, I wanted to ask you about China and the consumer there, which also has had high unemployment, frankly, for years. Although I think that might be turning around. Some luxury companies are doing a little bit better now on the hope that the China consumer is stronger, more likely to buy things. What are you seeing in China generally? I know you mentioned that you're seeing growth there, but broadly speaking, has the Chinese demand for luxury come around?
Well, we have seen the market was declining, and it has inflected back to growth sort of as a broad market view in terms of luxury goods. What we've been seeing in our business is double-digit growth, even when the market was declining double-digit. And as I mentioned, our focus is on that younger consumer, who I think has been much written about in terms of unemployment and the pressures that they feel. And those are all real. But where we find our brands and our business is really well positioned into this market with this consumer cohort specifically, because our brands deliver this incredible value. These are luxury products made with care, by hand, crafted to last with the best materials, but at an incredible value versus the top of the market. So if you contrast where our brands sit with the top of the market, our brands resonate with this growing middle class and this younger consumer cohort that values what we represent, right? We are a fashion company, and fundamentally, fashion companies deliver self-confidence or confidence through self-expression. And that speaks to this younger cohort. And as we talk to them about the things that matter to them, our vision of giving more people the power to bring their own style and story into the world really resonates with this young consumer in China. So we're delivering innovation in product, innovation in marketing and storytelling, and innovation in the store experience, where we're opening cafes and places where they like to hang out and enjoy the brand and experience the brand in a different way. And that is resonating with that consumer cohort. So our business in China has been growing, as I said, strongly, and we see a lot of runway ahead.
I think you've just answered the audience question. How do you stay close to your consumers? And Neil, I need to ask about AI. Must do. So Warby Parker working on AI glasses, intelligent glasses. And then as part of this, Google has invested $75 million on product development and another $75 million if certain milestones are reached. How are you going to stand out? How are these glasses going to stand out in a market where you have such fierce competition from EssilorLuxottica, for example, Ray-Ban, Meta?
Yeah.
What's the plan?
We're pretty excited just about AI in general to accelerate our business. So the first area is new products like intelligent eyewear. The second is how can we continue to innovate on the customer and patient experience. So we developed the first true-to-scale virtual try-on. We have virtual vision tests that people can do through their phone from the comfort of their homes. And then, how do you use AI to drive productivity and expand profitability? But on the AI glasses front, yeah, we're really excited to be partnering with Google on this. And yes, they're providing us with $75 million of expense reimbursement as we create this new category together. And then we have an option for them to invest $75 million in equity to the company. Google literally wrote the research on AI, right? OpenAI and ChatGPT is based on research that DeepMind and Google did and then open sourced it. And if you just think about which companies are best positioned to win here, we're super bullish on Google. They have 15 products that over 500 million people use globally almost every day, 9 products that over 1 billion people use, 7 of which over 2 billion people use. So if you think about how AI is going to be used over the next decade, we're already using it in every aspect of our life. But what's the form factor that is sort of the best suited for you to take advantage of this emerging technology? It's really glasses, something that sees what you see, hears what you hear. So we think that we're going to have the best products, and that will enable us to win. That being said, with a new category like this, right, a new computing platform, there'll be multiple winners, just as there were multiple winners, right, with mobile devices. But what excites me most about AI glasses is I'm going to have to take my phone out of my pocket far less, and it's going to satisfy my curiosity. Any question that I have, all I have to do is look at something and ask the question, whether it's about a building, a piece of art, looking at a menu when there's an ingredient that I'm not familiar with. So we're pretty excited about the future of AI glasses.
I want to come back to AI, but I have a quick question for Carla. Carla, Amazon is now your biggest customer.
Yes.
And today there was a report that Amazon is going to be cutting ties with the U.S. Postal Service. I was just wanting to ask you whether there is any drawback, frankly, to dealing with a retailer that is that big and powerful.
Well, we are so proud to be a very healthily balanced brand. We have an interesting origin story at The Honest Company. Honest is only about 13, 14 years old, and our company was built by millennials, and it was built for a consumer that was born digitally native. So we have baby diapers and baby wipes. We are reaching into new family households that are your classic digital shopper raising those digitally native babies, and they're very accustomed to finding our products both online, in their pocket, on their phone, wherever they shop for Honest products, because that's how we started. Before we could even get into a brick and mortar store, we knew we could control our destiny by starting our own direct-to-consumer business. So we're not only very comfortable with both the brick and mortar environment and the digital environment as a company, but as you know, I'm a former Amazonian. I was at Amazon where I ran what I like to call the center store categories, the everyday essentials, the things that we love here at Honest. And we find that Amazon is constantly innovating. So at the same time as they're announcing those changes, they're also doing a lot of advancements to make shopping faster and more convenient, as we're seeing happen with many of the top retailers. We also love that we're driving digital growth with Walmart. And if you've read the recent Walmart investor news, we know that they're growing enormously with both upper income households and digitally native households, and they're really making sure the platform works. So what I like is we're prepared. We're available in the stores when you walk in physically. We're available in your pocket. So we've got a really nice balance of how we can reach our consumers.
So we're out of time, but I do have one last question. How is AI affecting current and future hiring plans? I'm going to start with Joanne at Tapestry because you've got, I think, 16,000 employees, 19,000 employees worldwide.
Yes, globally. I think from a hiring practice standpoint, we target young people in terms of our product and our execution. So hiring young people is helpful to us. And so we are leveraging AI in some of our process work. But I think as we think about Gen Z employees and Gen Alpha employees, not only having digital native employees, but AI native employees as Gen Alpha comes into the workforce. We're spending a lot of time making sure that we can be an attractive place to work for those employees, because fundamentally, we need to empower those people to help us make our product and our delivery better for our consumers, who are increasingly AI facile, right? Searching for brands using AI. So we're doing a lot of work in that space.
Carla, are you hiring fewer people because of the productivity gains of AI?
Fortunately, we are a young and small company, so we were already pretty efficient as far as our operation and our structure. However, I am all in on always learning whatever is new that's going to make the game better for my employees, the employment environment better, the product environment, the product design faster, getting innovation speed to market better. So AI is one of many technologies that we embrace, and we certainly look for that competency in the people we hire. My own cheat code, my kids are Gen Z, so I'm constantly asking them what AI they're using, and I set aside every other Monday on my schedule. I have something called Think Time Mondays, and I assign myself a technology to play around with, because I not only want it in the people I hire, but I want to look around my management team and be able to talk about it fluently.
And how about you, Neil?
Yeah.
Hiring fewer people?
AI gives us superpowers, so it's definitely supercharging every individual at Warby Parker. We have roughly 4,000 employees across the U.S. and Canada. The majority of our hiring tends to now be in our stores, and we're hiring lots of eye doctors, for example, and we're able to use these tools to help our doctors provide more sort of attention to the patient and sort of remove all the administrative tasks. So it just makes for a better customer and patient experience.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Neil. Thank you, Joanne. Thank you, Carla. I'm so sorry for going a little over time. I really appreciate this session. It's been fun.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody. Wonderful session as we head into lunch. Right. Let's break for lunch. Let me very quickly, though, as you're walking out, whet your appetite for what's coming up this afternoon on this stage. Estee Lauder, so we're going to continue the luxury theme. Estee Lauder, we've got a new CEO in that role, so we'll try and find out if there's any change in the strategy. CEOs of SAP, of Cohere, a panel on the ethics of AI. So lots coming up. 2:10, we're back in this room. We'll see you then. Welcome back, everyone. You can tell our guests are itching to get this afternoon started. I'll introduce you both in just a moment. But look, a selection there that you just saw of photographs and video from our wonderful photographers around the world. A reminder, I think, of how tumultuous the context is that we're all operating in. It's something I always find uplifting, moving, frightening, and humbling. I hope lunch was good. I want to remind you to get involved. You and I think we're up to about 1.2 million watching on the live stream right now. Get involved, ask your questions. We'll put those up on the screen. Give us your feedback. It'll help us do even better next time around. We really have a fantastic lineup to close out the day. I think we're done 3:45-ish or so. The Estée Lauder company's got a new CEO back in January. He sat on the stage with us right now. Stéphane de la Faverie was brought in to kickstart a turnaround at the company. Retail reporter Ariana Mclemore will do her best to find out how that turnaround is going. No pressure. Ariana, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And thank you for joining us, Stéphane.
Thank you for having me, Ariana. Thank you.
So, as Axel alluded to, you have this new strategy. It has 5 pillars. And I want to know, how long has the board given you to prove that it's working?
Wow, no pressure. I think, the beauty of it, our turnaround is called Beauty Reimagine. And there's a reason why it's called Beauty Reimagine, because in this moment in time, the beauty industry is going through a big reinvention. So we want to reinvent beauty, and we want to lead this reinvention. The good news is that next year we are turning 80 years young as a company. And we have a board and we have a family, the Lauder family, that is one of the major shareholders of the company. So we are long-term focused. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, we know that things are going fast. And we are also going fast in our turnaround, as demonstrated also in the last quarter. So we have momentum and we are excited, and we are exciting to just leading the beauty transformation around the world.
Perfect. And one thing we've been seeing in the beauty industry is a lot of M&A activity. Estée Lauder has even been a part of some of that a few years ago with its acquisition of Tom Ford. So I'm curious, how important is M&A to Beauty Reimagined?
Yeah. No, I think it is interesting, because we are at a moment in time, and again, 80 years young. Throughout the course of our history, we have had brands that we've incubated and grew to the size that they are today. And at the same time, we have had some acquisition. And I really believe that the future of our growth is going to be a little bit more balanced between organic and inorganic growth. Now, obviously, M&A is important, and we are always very careful at the Estée Lauder company to just bring new brands that are complementary, because we are called the Estée Lauder companies, plural, for a reason, where every single of our brands are different from one another. If you think about our luxury perfume portfolio, from Tom Ford to Jo Malone to Le Labo, Kilian, Frédéric Malle, to name a few, all these brands have a different age target, a different distribution model strategy. So we're always very careful of crafting our M&A strategy based on what is potentially available and could be complementary. But the interesting thing that I'm developing with the team is also this model of incubation of new ideas and new brands. You've mentioned Tom Ford as one of our largest acquisitions, but we also acquired Deciem, a Canadian company that created The Ordinary, one of the fastest skincare brands in the world today. But part of Deciem philosophy is also to incubate new brands. And today, in the world driven by AI, driven by speed, driven by technology disruption, we can create new brands. And recently, we've created a new bath and body brand called Loofah that we are incubating as we speak, and we are launching. So you're going to see us doing external but internal incubation through M&As to be able to continue to grow in the future.
And I know focusing on Gen Z has been a huge part of your strategy. Considering that, are there any brands that you're willing to get rid of?
So look, we are always looking. We have a portfolio of 20 plus brands in the portfolio, and we are always looking at the evolution of our portfolio. And I've been very vocal and very open that we've hired bankers to help us to basically relook at our portfolio strategy, because I believe companies like ours are always in movement. Consumers evolve, their tastes evolve. But even recently, 2 weeks ago, we did a minority investment into our first brand from Latin America and Mexico called Zinu. So the portfolio, obviously our brand like Estée Lauder, which is our namesake brand where everything started close to 80 years ago. But at the end of the day, consumer tastes and choice and category evolves, and so does our portfolio could evolve in the future.
And I'm glad you mentioned Tom Ford. How is that going? How's that brand going?
Going fantastically well. We're very, very excited. We have had very strong growth over the past few quarters. I think what I'm excited with Tom Ford is since we've done this acquisition is today not only we continue to develop beauty as we've done since the inception, but if you realize the acquisition we've done was also the fashion and the eyewear. Now, obviously, we don't operate it ourselves. We have partners that we are working with to do so. But by being the owners of the IP of the brand image, it has allowed us really also to continue to improve and to position Tom Ford in the right way. And this is a brand that is really finding its footing both in Europe, in the Americas, in Asia, but through perfume and through makeup. So we are developing a multi-category approach that allows us to capture the mind of the consumers, various age and various geography around the world.
Perfect. And I'm also really curious about this rise in Chinese and Korean-owned beauty brands. Mm-hmm. Do you see those as a threat?
Look, the reality is, for the 80 years we've been in business, we've lucky enough that today we are operating in more than 150 markets around the world. So the rise of local brands have always been something that we've been part of or we've been facing. We've called it the first ones that we've seen was the J brand, the Japanese brand. Then you had the indie brands, in the US, then the K brand, the Korean brand. Today, the C brands in China. And tomorrow, you're going to have the I brand in India. And this is always something that we've basically, in the course of our 80 years, that we are learning from, we're competing against. But I want to say, today, we've taken minority investment in 2 Chinese brands, 1 Mexican brand, and 1 Indian brand that we have had for a very long time for us essential, that allows us also to really understand more, how to operate in this market. But one of the key philosophy and the success of this company that I really want to dial up in the future is the need for local relevance. Because I believe in the power of global brand, but more than ever, you need to be locally relevant. You need to tap into culture. Beauty is culture, and culture is beauty. And for us, the Estée Lauder logo, the Clinique logo, the MAC logo is the same everywhere around the world. But how you activate your brand in India versus China versus the US is somehow different. Because a Gen Z consumer is a Gen Z consumer. But their culture, their community wants and looks at different things. And culture is always being driven in beauty.
Tell us more about those differences. I think we're a little over a week from Cyber Week, and that's a huge shopping experience. Tell us more about what the U.S. consumer wants from what you've seen during those sales.
So I would say, I think we've talked about it in the past. I think this season, we call it the Super Bowl of beauty, in so many ways. And let me take, before I go to the US, a little bit tour around the world, because you start the season with Diwali in India. You go to Golden Week in China, then 11/11, Black Friday, Cyber Monday, and then you go into the holiday season. And I'm pretty confident that we are in the final of the Super Bowl as we speak. So obviously, we are at the moment where all consumers are basically looking at new innovation. They are looking at gifting, self-purchase, but also for others. So we are ready with communication, offers, the right gifting across all our brands. But I would say what has been really interesting over the past few days, and again, few days don't define a quarter or a year, but it's actually the resilience of the American consumer. And I think you've all seen some data coming from Adobe, 9% growth during the Black Friday time frame. And we far exceeded basically these numbers, which means, and it shows me that beauty continue to extremely resilient. And that's what gives me great confidence, not only for now, but also that for the future, that beauty is part of the American culture, is part of the Chinese culture, and frankly, every culture around the world.
Tell me more about the Chinese consumer right now, because I know that's a big part of your strategy, and you've talked about rebalancing in the past. Mm-hmm. I'm looking for what exactly are you doing to make sure that rebalance happens?
Yeah, so I've been pretty vocal on this one. I think, we're coming from a moment where the entire industry and the luxury industry at large, including beauty, has benefited from an explosive growth of China. And I think, today what we are doing with my team is really rebalancing the growth around the world, not at the expense of China, but really from accelerating the Americas and the emerging market in so many ways where we have had great success in Latin America or India, to name a few. But today when I look at China and I look at the emerging middle class that continues to basically come into the marketplace, because remember, beauty, we're still accessible luxury. Our price span from $10 with the ordinary all the way to $300 or $400 more with brands like La Mer and Le Labo. So we're still fairly accessible, prestige and luxury. So the emerging middle class is absolutely key for us. So between now and 2030, around the world, 500 million people will enter the middle class, of which half of that is coming from India and China. So China remains a key focus market, for us. And I've been very excited that over the past 3 quarters, not only we've experienced stabilization of the market, but we've actually gained significant amount of market share, not only with the brands that we have had in the market like Estée Lauder and La Mer, but across the entire portfolio of brands like Tom Ford, Jo Malone, Le Labo, and so on and so forth.
You've talked about how fragrance is going to be a huge opportunity for you in the Chinese market. Can you dig a little bit deeper into that and explain what is it about the Chinese consumer that maybe isn't as latched on to fragrance as U.S. consumers?
I think it's really fascinating what is happening, because you have, if I go Europe, France has always been part of culture and use of beauty. Market basically go anywhere between 40 to 60% penetration. In France is, you come to the US, about 1/3. Then in China it's less than 10% today. And the Chinese consumer, especially the younger consumer now, is basically a real appreciation of fragrances. And what has changed is we went into a market where fragrances were widely distributed. To the strategy that we took for the Estée Lauder company is to focus on the top of the pyramid with more the luxury brands like Tom Ford or Le Labo, that are brands that at their essence are telling a brand story and are storytellers. The Chinese culture is a culture of storytelling, and they'll be able to just go through moods and ingredients. The younger consumers today are going through not one single fragrance, but actually a wardrobe of fragrances that fits their mood and occasion. Today, you have younger consumers in China will have basically a fragrance for going to school, on their first interview, to go with the parents on date 1, 2, 3, or 4, whatever it's going to be. And that's really changing the habits on how consumers are shopping beauty and fragrances in China, but frankly, in a lot of markets around the world. So I remain extremely confident about the potential of fragrances, not only because it is in the culture of the West, but also because of the tremendous potential of acceleration, not only in China, but also in Japan, Korea, and many other Asian markets.
Perfect. And I think we have time for one question. So we'll take the first one here. How is Estée Lauder responding to a changed marketing landscape with TikTok, content creators, and AI-driven recommendations?
Well, I think we are in a world where the funnel, the media funnel has completely collapsed. So consumers are basically entering, brands through very, very different places. And TikTok is one of the social media platform. What I find fascinating today, we're in the world of consumer centricity. And that's why part of Beauty Reimagined, I say we are really becoming and want to become the best consumer-centric beauty company in the world by putting the consumer and recognizing the consumer is in charge today of the communication. Consumers taps into TikTok because TikTok is about communities. They want to feel part of a community. They want to be part of a trend. So we're using a lot of TikTok today, not only to advertise our brand, but to put our brands in the hands of the creators that through the right style guide are going to be able to just say, this is my interpretation of what Estée Lauder Double Wear Foundation is, or my interpretation of Le Labo Lavender 31 is going to be. And so that gives a lot more creativity and allows us a more personalized communication than ever before, because I believe the world of beauty is about consumer centricity, is about personalization, is about experience and speed without ever mortgaging quality. And that is what the revolution that we are facing, that we want to lead with Beauty Reimagined, and putting our brands, frankly, where the consumers are, physically or digitally.
Perfect. My last question, tell us more about the fragrances that you're wearing on stage right now.
On stage? Oh, wow. Yeah, so I own my own creation, actually, one that I just mentioned, Lavender 31 from Le Labo, with a touch of Tom Ford Oud Voyageur, which is one of our latest innovations. What I love about lavender, this is a very soothing, clean, and rich one, but oud basically gives a punch to it, basically. So it's my own creation.
Perfect, perfect. Well, Stéphane, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you so much, Ariana.
Very good, Ariana, Stéphane, thank you very much. Wow, that went fast, I've got to say. Thank you very much to both of you. Look, let's bring another leader up here on our stage. Christian Klein is the CEO at SAP. I will let Reuters technology correspondent Crystal Hughes set the stage here. Christian, come on up. This is where I have to tell a few jokes. I thought they were ready. Are they not ready? Yeah, okay. Okay, you're going to give us 1 minute if you can. Do we have any polls that we can play or get people involved in? No, we're going to leave it. Give us 1 minute. They'll be right up here. Thank you very much indeed.
Christian, really great to have you here at ReutersNEXT. You had a pretty storied career at SAP. You joined the company in 1999 as a student, and now you become a sole CEO back in 2019 at the age of 39. Under your leadership, SAP has more than doubled its market cap. I'm curious to bring every of our audience up to date. What SAP was like in 1999 and what it does now, and what's your vision to build a company under your leadership?
Yeah, thanks a lot, Crystal, first of all, for having me, and great to be here. Yeah, in the company in 99, and when Christian Klein was walking into this SAP as an intern, I thought more about soccer probably than software. That has changed a lot, given that also the company went through multiple transformations. And back in 99, I mean, we had our ERP on-premise. SAP was successful. I still remember the days. Every quarter, it was just a question, do we grow 15%, 20%, 25%? And then it was the year 2011, where suddenly you heard about companies like Salesforce and so on, and what are they doing? And SAP was a little bit late, to be honest, on that. But this is, sometimes the innovator's dilemma when you are sometimes in something in very good. Why to change? It feels cozy, it feels good, the numbers, the earnings, they come. But then when I became the CEO, and before I was also responsible for the SAP's cloud transformation on the process, on the system layer, I really felt, hey, these ERPs, these on-prem, they are heavily customized. They are really not agile enough. So cloud has clear benefits, SaaS. So we changed the company upside down, because you're not only changing the technology, you need to change the way how we code, the way how we deliver. It's a cultural change. It's the change of the bonus plans of the people. No. It's not only order entry. It's adoption. And yeah, that was actually super successful. I guess SAP can really make a difference when you compare us to a hyperscaler. We are not pushing, only systems on an infrastructure, but we are really want to think through what kind of new business modules are existing in your industry. How can we automate, your supply chain, material traceability in times of COVID? So SAP is more than, only a transition to the cloud of a system. It's really about rethinking your business model, rethinking your business processes. And here we are, and now we successfully mastered our cloud transition, and here we are now, AI.
Yeah.
I'm sure we will talk about that.
Yeah, no end of transformation journeys for you, sounds like. Yeah, as you are getting good momentum in that cloud transformation, we are caught in the middle of this wave of ChatGPT, cloud, and how people using data and more AI tools in their businesses. How are you handling the two kind of a transformation, intertwining with each other, and also to your point earlier, avoiding getting into the innovator's dilemma again?
Again, yeah, indeed. I mean, I can still remember 5 years back, we had a discussion in the boardroom, and we talked about, hey, there are these large language models. How disruptive are those? And we clearly saw, there is something coming, which will again change how companies will run, all of their businesses actually worldwide. Now, when you are SAP and you know business processes, industries, I would say better than many other tech companies out there, and you have a wealth of data, HR, finance, supply chain, sales, customer data, etc. We actually thought, hey, there's OpenAI, but we always believe there will be more over time. Do we want to go into this race, or do we stay on our AI foundation, which is really make the data work, how to correlate data, build knowledge graphs? Because at the end of the day, an LLM is very good with natural language processing and with unstructured content, but they have no clue about the business data. And this is where we are bringing the two worlds together. We said, hey, we want to be agnostic on the LLMs. We also see that there is not one module which fits all. We are using for manufacturing AI use cases different modules than we use for finance, for HR. And we are focusing heavily now on R&D-wise on building our AI foundation with the agentic AI layer. Because when you think about that, just last week I had one of the biggest retailers with me, and we showed them how commerce, how their stores, how their supply chain will work in the future with agentic AI. When you shop here in online and the dress is actually not available in one warehouse, is it maybe available in the store here in the 5th Avenue next door? Or is it available in another warehouse? How can you arrange logistics so that I have my dress for the Reuters event today? And this is in the future, many people orchestrated these processes with our software, and now we can do it faster, more intelligent, more automated with the agentic AI layer we are building into our software.
As you're building that, I will circle back on the technological aspect in the bit, but on the business and finance, as a public company CEO, you have to get on the earnings call and ask questions and make predictions about your business every quarter. And from my conversation with public market investors, there seems to be a lot of nervousness around the software, especially software companies, of how this whole transformation will impact their business model. Maybe it's not as predictive as a subscription model. I'm curious how you think about that.
It's actually the number one question. I'm just coming from the UBS tech conference in Phoenix, and there was not one question from the analysts, from the investors around, what is the future of software? I mean, I can tell you only one thing. Without my software, I wouldn't have data, and without data, I wouldn't have AI. And I need my software layer to orchestrate business processes. Somewhere, our agents need to understand, okay, here's someone shopping. What is on the inventory? Has my procurement team already ordered enough so that we are not running out of stock? So you need somehow an orchestration layer, and that is for me the software. But what is, of course, happening in the past? We actually developed a lot of features and functions to orchestrate such approaches. Now we are shifting 50% of our R&D capacity in building agents and not features anymore, because agents will take over a lot of these manual transactions, what end users did in the past. So that is changing, but I'm super confident and super sure that there is software in the future, but software will run differently in the future with an agentic AI layer embedded, which will actually, no matter if you talk source to pay in procurement or you talk about finance, cash flow optimization, there will be this agentic AI layer taking over many of the tasks end users did in the past.
I want to pick up your point of building agents instead of building features. How is that different when you think about the way that your team is building them and trying to deploy them?
Actually, this is the best question, because I feel what really comes short in the public discussion is when you think about agents taking over or even completely automating certain business processes. I mean, first, our product managers need to think through, okay, how will the world run in 5 years from now? Because these companies will run in a different way. So we need to reinvent how we are running a retailer, utilities, oil and gas, whatever. The second piece is then coding those agents. And these agents need to be super smart. So you need high quality data. Everything else is not true. So in every AI use case we are building for our customers, when I look into the data lakes, these data lakes have a lot of data, but the data makes no sense. There is no semantical mean to that. That's why we build with companies like Databricks, Snowflake, BigQuery, Google, Fabric. We are building a harmonized data layer because oftentimes the customer master, the supplier master sits in SAP. But I would love to have all of the systems of my customers, but there's also some data which is non-SAP, and that's why we build this data platform, which is harmonizing data. And then on top, we are building these very smart agents, which we supplement, again, with the LLM modules. And then last piece, which I guess comes way too short, I mean, there is a huge change management which needs to happen on the customer side. I mean, when you are fundamentally changing how a warehouse will be administrated via agents, how you're going to track materials around the world, how you run your cash flow, your cash collection in a shared service centers. I mean, probably you have 8,000 people sitting there, and how do they use the software with the embedded agentic AI in the future? And that is, of course, for many of our customers also a big topic. Say, SAP, how can you help us not only to apply the technology, but how do we get it to adoption, and how do we do the change management together when it comes to my people or even customers?
I wonder, how has that workforce impact already taken place inside SAP, and how you're envisioning that may shape up in next year? Because I think you've been pretty public talking about the productivity gains you guys are getting from like specific tools like coding and cost savings there, and you had to do some pretty painful restructuring layoffs before earlier in the transformation journey. So I'm curious, how does that workplace impact in AI look like?
It has a big impact. And this morning at 5 a.m., Monica, and I hosted an employee all hands worldwide with our people. Number one question is, what is with my job? How will it be impacted? I mean, we are rolling out AI across the company. Even my general counsel, my legal department is not secure. I mean, there is something what you can do more efficient with AI. And all of our managers now have the task, together with our product owners, to make SAP a credible example of how a company can run with AI. When it doesn't work for us, how can I sell it to my customers? And that is, of course, has two impacts on the workforce. The first impact is really we need new skills, different job profiles. The amount of data architects, data scientists we need more. We have, but we need more. We have a new generation of product managers coming in who use telemetry data, who really then also use the imagination, what is possible with AI in a certain industry. And then last but not least, of course, we need also the developer profiles are changing. You can do so much with reskilling, and we always focus on how can we retrain and reskill. But in a few areas, sometimes you have to make very tough decisions that restructuring is maybe the only alternative to keep SAP at the top for the next 5 years. And then finally, when we then talk about then rolling out AI, I mean, it's then also important that we do now again, the same like with our customers, we need to do big boot camps, enablement sessions, so that we are not only pulling AI into the shared service center for running our payroll, but that the people also understand, what will be automated, how much automation, how much more intelligence do I have now? And that is, you have to do these two things in parallel to, on the one hand side, have the right workforce, have the right skills in your teams. Second, of course, also then making sure that the enablement is happening, because otherwise buying a piece of technology will not cut it.
And Christian, I know you just actually was on a US tour with customers. So take me on the day of Christian's conversation in your front row seat with the biggest enterprise customers. We're sitting Q4, a lot of people are planning their budget on software. And in terms of AI budget allocation, where are you seeing people trying to doubling down on things that they have seen ROI versus maybe pulling back or be cautious a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, what has really changed during the last 12 months a lot, and I'm sitting here, we have our biggest quarter running, I'm always counting the days, 31st of December, we are closing the year, and there is not one single conversation, also here not in, obviously in the US is oftentimes where it's starting. You talk to, a CP company and, they're talking about, okay, in the future you want our last mile delivery, how will AI help? To get my bottles faster from place A to place B with the right temperature, the load optimization for the trucks. How can the truck find a better way through all of the traffic? And that is, something, when you don't have answers for that, a shift to the cloud will not make it. Yeah, so you really have to have a compelling AI roadmap. And then the second piece, of course, where many CEO or CFOs or head of supply chains, again, are concerned is, Christian, but please don't break my business. Yeah, when I cannot, produce anymore, when I cannot ship and when I cannot deliver anymore, who helps us to drive this change management, coming back to the point earlier? So it's about having a convincing AI technology, but then also having a plan. How on earth do I get this into the business without too much disruption?
Interesting. How are people balancing that in real time? How are you helping them think through that?
I mean, honestly, coming from Europe, we Germans are sometimes pretty risk averse, which I don't like. In other parts of the world, people are more forward leaning. Yeah, and I would now not say that, but you can clearly see that. Yeah, where does it start? Where does it go to the world? And then it also depends on the culture of a company. Is the culture really risk averse, or is the culture really, okay, we have to take a calculated business risk? And at the end, honestly, we are sitting here as the CEO, we need to take charge of that. If the CEO is not behind that, then I would say better don't even get started. Yeah, that is true for every transformation, because you have to have the backing. Yeah? When you only outsource it to your CIO and says, oh, good luck, now let's make this an AI-driven company, it won't happen, because it can only happen with the business together. And this is clearly also with such a disruptive technology, it needs to be at the top of a CEO agenda. And I see it sometimes, not all the time. But there we have to be honest as SAP and tell the customer, hey, this is also on you when we want to make this project a success.
To bring your German hat into the conversation a bit, we on the stage have been having a lot of global conversations on AI races, especially between US and China. How do you see Europe plays a role in that, and how does Europe in general technological and industrial policy could evolve?
How much time do we have? I want to keep it short, and I want to control my emotions a little bit. I mean, because I'm a European, I'm a big believer in Europe. We need one Europe. When you look into the geopolitical environment, Europe is more important than ever. But Europe also stands in its own way sometimes. Yeah? We are regulating where nothing has to be regulated, because when I see the adoption of AI, we are just getting started. And the second part is Europe is not really a union. Yeah? When you go to France, we have big business there, and to Germany, you have different regulations. Now, an SAP can handle that. But think about a Mistral and several others. They compete against an OpenAI, they compete against a Cohere. I mean, and when you compete, and they're doing it really well, don't get me wrong, Arthur is doing a fantastic job there, but it's just so much harder. Yeah. And then when we wonder as in Europe, why are the private investors more putting their money into the US or to even to China or APJ? I mean, look at the labor laws, look at certain other things. And I mean, we are not living on an island. The world is changing at a very fast pace. And I hope some of the political leaders in Europe also see that. I mean, I see now positive signs. There is a willingness to deregulate. We are talking about the AI Act. We are talking about the Data Act. So I'm saying there is now the awareness coming that something has to happen. But we need more Europe. But we need a united Europe, and we need a much less deregulated Europe. Yeah. So we need deregulation, absolutely.
And I remember one of your perspectives about like kind of a government-led or state-led investments in AI is pretty interesting in terms of like maybe you don't think there is a need to invest a lot more by the government in the infrastructure layer, but for Europe, the opportunity maybe lies more in the application or software layer.
Absolutely. I mean, Europe has many strengths. First of all, we have great talent. I mean, we are getting great talent. When you look into the technical university in Munich, we have great universities in Paris. Also in Eastern Europe, we find great talent. So we are not having a lack of talent. We're also not having a lack of great industries, but they are under huge pressure. Take the automotive industry from my home country where I'm coming from. I mean, they have pressure. Now, a gigafactory doesn't solve the problem. Yeah? They have high energy costs, higher labor costs than some of their competitors. What helps them is applying AI in manufacturing, applying AI in the supply chain. So I would say Europe should now not try to copy what happened here already in the United States or what happened in China. Europe should just say, okay, what are my strengths? My strengths are the industries where we are good at, still good at, where we have data, where we have expertise, where we have great talents. So when I would really do a startup in Europe, I would definitely think through, okay, how can I apply AI in those industries? And this is also where I see, by the way, also many startups coming. So we should rather focusing on how to apply AI in the industries we are in, building great AI use cases in the verticals, instead of now trying to build too many gigafactories. We need data centers, obviously, for sovereignty reasons. The question is only how many. And second is, first, let's make sure there is also consumption. Yeah? It's always great to open up a data center, but where is the consumption? So let's also make sure there is enough consumption coming from the business side. And then, of course, we need data centers, but the two has to match to each other. We cannot just have supply without any demand.
Well, glad you don't have to bet on that area by investing in your own data centers. But we got some interesting questions coming in, and a lot of them is asking, Christian, your crystal ball about the future. I'll start with the ERP market, which you know dear to your heart. People asking, what do you think AI will change? What will happen to the market?
From the questions I see, there are some real experts here online. Look, I mean, next year we do our portfolio discussion. We do it actually quarterly, but next week we are going through all of the portfolio items we are having. And the first item is for our product owners is to explain us how will in 5 years utilities will run, how will grid management change, how we will run the infrastructure of the utilities. We will then we will move on asset management for oil and gas. Then we talk about trade promotion management for CPG customers. So that is for us super important to really come from a customer side and think what will be the impact of AI on those industry, on these business processes. And then later on we will move on, okay, how many AI developers, how many data scientists do we need in order to make that happen? And that is, because there will be obviously a fundamental change. Yeah? When you think through today, customers have still a lot of downtimes when they do their asset management for a certain grid. I mean, in the future, I see a world where the agents are so smart that they can actually run a utilities with almost zero downtime. And what does this mean for the grids and for the efficiency of a utilities company? I mean, it's huge. And you can see these examples in almost every industry. And this is, of course, where SAP needs to lead, and this is where we have to win, because software alone, cloud software alone, won't cut it in the future. That is for sure true. But you need software, again, you need the data in order to make an impact in exactly those scenarios I just mentioned.
How far do you think we are away from autonomous enterprises? Or is that ever going to be a thing?
Oh, I have customers asking me for that. SAP, let's run this whole thing here autonomous. I say, okay.
Maybe not now.
I mean, do I see a world where we can really thrive? I mean, I can still remember when I started as an intern, I can still see customers coming to us and said, wow, with the SAP software, finally, we reached another 20% productivity gain. I'm definitely convinced that there will be a human being still signing off a quarter end. But do you need a lot of accountants to do all the RefReg checks and to do all the audits and so on? Absolutely not. So I actually see that we can run much of that in a heavily autonomous, but at the end there will be always still a human being needed, to actually do a tick off and to say, okay, we do a final check. But I would say there are productivity gains in certain parts of a company where I would say absolutely in 3 years, 50% productivity gain in certain parts of the company, absolutely possible. But there will be also still a human being around.
So we'll all have a job for now.
For sure.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Christian, for your time.
Thanks a lot.
Very good. Thank you very much, Christian and Crystal. And Crystal will be back, by the way, for our final session with Cohere. Do make sure you stay for that. We're going to stay on the AI track now. We're going to take a closer look at deployment, the realities of successful deployment, given all the things that might stand in the way, be they security risks, ethical dilemmas, failed pilots. I'm thrilled to invite Reuters technology correspondent Jeffrey Dastin to the stage. I can't think of anyone better to host this conversation. Jeffrey's going to introduce his panel when he's up here. Come on up, Jeffrey.
Okay, we got a great panel here. Got to close out really strong Reuters Next. So we have Ariel Herbert Voss, who was OpenAI's first security researcher and now founder of Run Sybil. We'll hear more about that in a second. We've got Jen Janae, who was formerly Google's head of responsible innovation and now advising companies at T3. And we have May Habib, CEO of Writer and early to roll out generative AI to the enterprise. So we have this Silicon Valley, these Silicon Valley heavy hitters here to discuss a very, very important question, which is, we've seen some high-profile embarrassments early on in this AI rollout phase. And so they're going to help us answer, how do we stop these AI deployments from going completely off the rails? And so May, I'm gonna pick on you first, actually. So set the stakes. Helps us set the stakes here. What is an example, just to scare the audience properly, of a company that tried to pilot AI that led to, in your opinion, the worst disaster you've ever seen in the past few years?
Oh gosh. Let's start with the positive.
Oh, the positive.
I'll let you know what it looks like to really champion AI in a scalable way, in an ethical way, safe way, and ultimately why we're all doing this, an impactful way in terms of the business. And then we can definitely talk about horror stories. But the reality is this is a bottoms-up effort. It's a top-down effort. It is a middle-out effort. Like, there is no doing AI transformation off the side of your desk as a weekend project. Because you think about what we're actually trying to do. We're trying to take really analog human processes. I do this thing, Jeff does that thing, then we make this widget, into really agentic, non-deterministic, right, much more leveraged processes. And so the amount of business process reengineering that's required, even once you have a successful POC, proof of concept, most folks really underestimate how much work it is to get hundreds of people to change the way they do things. We've even seen examples of departments that have said, gosh, I can't do this brownfield. I can only do this greenfield. So we're going to build agentically when we launch a new product or a new geo or a new service, I'm going to build a new stack, right? I'm not going to recreate my legacy SaaS stack for doing this new thing agentically. So I think there are a ton of reasons why we have seen, a slowdown, a pullback in some of this enterprise spending, right? That's been in the headlines over the last couple of days. Folks, projecting downwards the amount of software vendors, the amount of enterprise spending going to solutions. And I think it is because we're in this rut where so many enterprises have successful POCs, but then don't really understand, right, or don't have a path to scaling. And then in terms of the horror stories, I mean,
Thank you.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's the chat bots where you're trying to buy jeans on a website, but it's like also telling you how to make a assault rifle, or agreeing to talk to you in like a Hitler voice. So like there are really brand damaging things out there, and if you aren't guardrailing your deployments and really making sure you've got the security and observability. We just announced a huge supervision suite for AI that gives IT a ton of control. I think the topology of error over the past couple of years in the enterprise, has been probably more control than that scenario of the chatbot would indicate, and now there is a path forward to enabling the business to do powerful things, but really making sure IT and the folks in charge of security have got the visibility and control required to do this safely at scale.
So I'm going to bring in Jen and Ariel in a second, but you said the business that had that Hitler voice was... I'm
not going to name names here. Wasn't a writer customer.
Did they handle it well? How did they handle it?
Yeah, I think they took the bot down for now.
Okay. So Jen, Google was obviously early to roll out AI, and it was early to make mistakes, so it has some lessons it can impart. So what's a train wreck, if you will, an ethical that you saw coming, and how did you avert it?
So I first started working on responsible AI because of some of these train wrecks that had already happened. One that many of you may be familiar with was the infamous gorillas and photos incident, where people were being labeled as gorillas when they had darker skin. So that was a horrifying thing that happened about 10 years ago. And the minute that happened at Google was what triggered my work pivoting in trust and safety to working on machine learning fairness and then expanding that into responsible AI. So I will admit that it was this trigger of something going terribly wrong that I wanted to make sure that it didn't happen again, but also that we didn't fall into the same trap of social media, which is keep release, and then figure out, is social media actually as good as people claimed it was going to be? How do we get ahead of these issues instead of reactively having to respond and then figure out where it went wrong and why it went wrong? So your point about what did we predict, there are many things while I was still at Google that my job and my team's job was to do ethical impact assessments, where the whole point of them was to think about not just what could go wrong in the short run, what could go wrong in the long run, what doesn't just happen in an immediate situation, but can be cumulatively negative over time. And so our whole work doing these ethical impact assessments was to get ahead of them. Doesn't mean we could get ahead of everything in the way that users use the technologies are sometimes obviously unintended, but also the way that these non-deterministic models manifest that even if we feel we're fixing one problem, it's not actually fixed. It's about mitigating these issues and trying to build guardrails on an ongoing basis. So certainly a lot of both kind of failures as well as how do we respond and get ahead of that. And for people in the room, and I want to make sure that we're trying to be as actionable as possible, and Ari knows a lot more about this than I do, the importance of not just ongoing monitoring, but ongoing testing. And adversarial testing is one of the most important ways to stress test models before they go live, not expect your user base to be your testers. That's not a responsible way to run a business. It is test as much as possible internally, engage external experts who may have a better understanding of your user base, of the potential missteps or unintended consequences, engage them in part of this testing as well. And then that's an ongoing effort that you have to do not just before launch, but after launch. And again, you're not going to address or get ahead of all of the issues, but it also allows you to provide better responses in quicker timelines than if you were just waiting to inspect where things go wrong. So a lot of learnings about how important it is to try and get ahead of as many issues as possible, but also how quickly can you respond when things go wrong. And they will go wrong. It's not an if, it's when they go wrong.
So Jen is mentioning testing. So Ariel, what can go wrong if you don't test the AI that you're deploying? What could possibly happen?
Oh, plenty of things. So I can actually call back to my experience at OpenAI. So I was early enough that I was on the team that built the red team for GPT-3. And one of our early questions was, this was before anybody had really heard of ChatGPT. People weren't really thinking about the bad things that could possibly happen with language models. And my main question was let's figure out what the worst possible things are that can happen with language models. So when I joined, it was 2019. I was building weird versions of malware, better disinformation infrastructure, spear phishing, all that kind of stuff, just to showcase that these sort of problems exist with language models, and it scales as they get bigger. So a lot of the things that we did early on was to just demonstrate that these are problems and then start coming up with solutions for how we might try to detect them.
Would you say that the possible security vulnerabilities are actually much bigger for enterprises now that there's so much AI than they were, the vulnerabilities in the past?
Yeah, it sounds sensational to say, but every bug bounty hunter that I know is all using AI in their workflow now. And I think the same thing can be said for actual adversaries that are doing things. And in fact, I think 2 weeks ago, Anthropic put out a report about how some Chinese threat actors are now using AI as part of their operations. And it's gotten so good that they're able to automate most of the process now. My company is focused on automating offensive security, so we've also been doing the same thing. And the focus is on being able to beat the bad guys before the bad guys do the bad thing. But things are moving so quickly that it is something that enterprises are having to think about now.
So maybe I'm just a little dense, but I think, May, you were saying something like, huge financial returns are just as easy as just using ChatGPT, right?
No. The ability for folks to understand, what is revenue generating, what is pipeline generating, what moves close rates, what cuts OpEx. Too many people have an AI strategy instead of a business strategy that is going to leverage AI. And the returns are commensurate with the thought put into what are we actually going to do here. And I think there's, if you think about it, we promote leaders the more people they have on their teams, the bigger their budgets are. And so there's a fundamental mismatch between capturing the returns from AI and how we motivate and incentivize enterprise leaders. In very, very few instances, there's certainly exceptions, but for a vast majority of our customers, scaling AI means there's a CFO hanging over their head that says, yay, awesome, and your reward is 25% less budget or 30% less people. And that's just a tough trade-off for folks to make. And I think where it really works well to capture business impact is when a leader, and I put Prudential and Mars and Qualcomm, customers of ours, all in this category, Vanguard, where the leaders really paint a exciting vision and future for where AI takes the whole company in terms of growth, in terms of competitive position, in terms of new products and services that they launch that they couldn't have done without AI. It's really hard to capture the business value if you've got a closed mindset or a pie is only so big mindset, just because these are companies made out of humans and incentives.
Definitely, and you touched on a tangent that I'm sure the audience has seen. We've been focused a bit on this at ReutersNEXT, which is understanding, what the impact of successful AI deployments could be or has been on labor, right? So you give the CFO example, and I recognize that's just one slice of it. We're growing productivity. We're doing so many other things. The pie is getting bigger. But when you talk to customers and you give them a successful AI deployment, how many of them are focused on slowing headcount growth? How many of them have actually? All of them.
All of them. Yeah. Headcount avoidance is number one, right, on folks' list. It's rarer to get, and this has happened. This happened just in the last few weeks. You close a customer, you get on the phone with the CEO to kind of kick off the project, et cetera, and it's like, great. How soon can I whack 30% of my team? It's like, whoa, hold on. First of all, we could do that if you wanted to, but you don't know which 30% are going to be the ones that fundamentally rewire your business to make sense of this AI. And one of the patterns that is very, very clear, across industry, we're heavily focused on regulated industries. So healthcare, pharma, financial services, CPG, is, yes, it's a very creative person that uses AI really well. Yes, it's a kind of cross-functional person. It's also a little bit of a lazy person. Because if you think about what you're trying to do, you're trying to go from a world where humans execute tasks to a world where the people on your teams are creating systems of execution, right? They're orchestrating work versus doing all the work. And folks who are a little bit lazy are really good at that, really good at envisioning, right, what the team's productivity or workflows could look like if agents are doing more of the heavy lifting. And so you want to give everyone this technology and really see who rises to the top, right? Who really takes on that challenge. And it's been so cool to see, NVIDIA is a big customer, folks at NVIDIA build apps that Jensen ends up using, right? Like that is really cool. And once folks start to see that happening, you also start to look at your employees differently, right? Like you get this highly leveraged human who knows a lot about your company. It is way better to make that person successful than, exit that person and not be able to take advantage of the technology.
So Jen, you're let's say you also meet with let's say you're going to meet with Jensen also at NVIDIA, and he's using this really cool AI app that he's used, and there are AI agents everywhere. Who's responsible if the AI that's maybe replaced some task or even someone's job does something illegal?
So I'm not a lawyer, but I will say it's more, I think about it from whose responsibility is it if it causes harm, so without being a lawyer, but in the responsible AI space. So I try and think about it as a shared responsibility across the ecosystem, that who is the greater role in either developing the system, how do they manage their data sets, how do they create those data sets, what steps did they take to either make that data more representative of their global user base, and then how do they build it into models, how are those models defined responsibly or not, and that requires things like transparency. So has this company, so whether it's NVIDIA or otherwise, have they provided model cards to explain what goes into the model, what that model is useful for, what it's not useful for. Then if we get to a product feature, what is that product being developed, what is the specific use case for that? And again, there may be different players across those different parts of the life cycle, or it might be end to end. So responsibility isn't just blame the person at one point of that development life cycle. It should be who developed it and were they following the correct steps as they went along. And part of this isn't just a shared responsibility across the ecosystem, it's also a shared responsibility in the company, like even from both working with clients now and helping them establish their AI risk management or responsible AI processes, as well as at Google, there's been an evolution between essentially kind of outsourcing governance of AI to risk and compliance teams to what I try and share, which is the shared responsibility starts with development team, but also should be shared by anyone who uses that AI. That it should be a feedback loop of what's going right with this use case, what's not, and then the risk and compliance team or responsible AI dedicated team, although I know most companies can't afford a dedicated team, it should be that they are governing and overseeing what the rest of the company is doing. But you can't just expect one part of the life cycle, one part of the business to be handling all of that liability if you're a lawyer, and that's the way you think about it. But for me, it's harm. Who is taking responsibility across the life cycle, and then who's ultimately accountable for managing that responsibility end to end.
So Ariel, I want to actually follow up on that point on the security side, because you have in your company AI that is actually doing a lot of this testing. And so when you talk to customers, do they even need to hire all these people to actually see what security risks there are, or to manage what the AI is doing, or can we just trust the AI to do it itself?
So it depends on the context, I'd say. So there's this wonderful manual from, I think, 1979 from IBM, where it says, a computer can never be held responsible, so therefore a computer should never be responsible for a management decision. And I think that's very true like today as well, where for the things where it's okay if the AI just executes on something, like we just let it run. But for some things where there's a little bit more risk involved, and if it was a human doing this task, that human would be on the line, we keep a human in the loop for that one.
So that makes total sense. I would say that with the idea that there's AI for security, there are ethical impact assessments, there's getting your data in the right place. It seems like a lot also to manage. So May, if you talk to a business customer and they hear all this, it sounds very stressful. Does it actually at this point in the game, should they actually adopt AI, or should they just let others do it until all the problems sort themselves out?
Oh man, I mean, when people take a look at what's possible agentically, we go into demo and something that was taking them weeks is done in minutes before their very eyes. They're looking at each other and going, we need this yesterday. The reality, though, of are they prepared to assign a full-time admin? Are they prepared to have team leads? Are they prepared to do the hackathons and the office hours and the all hands to really change the culture top to bottom? We're not just giving people calculators. It's such a fundamentally different way of working. And you really need to also invest in the training and the change management. It's not sexy to talk about, but there's a big gap between, wow, I need this, and this is deceptively easy to use. But to really get the big business impact, you do need to re-architect the stack, re-architect business processes, really think about strategically, how does this play into everybody's KPI so the incentives are aligned? How do you make room in people's workday, work week to learn and experiment? This can be really fundamentally creative and joy-giving. We had a fun workshop with an executive team recently where the chief growth officer designed a new campaign around Christmas sweaters, and it was so fun to just see people's playful side come out. But you need to make time for those kinds of explorations. So, it's not that they think it's too complicated. This stuff is easy to use and only getting easier. It's, oh man, you just showed me a demo that cuts across Snowflake data, Salesforce data, Adobe data. How do I get that approved? And then to so fundamentally rewire how I do things, right? How do I make time for the training and the change management that's actually required?
And would you say that there's been, you've now, we're almost a few years into this current phase of, or you could debate that, but we're a few years after ChatGPT at this point. Have you seen customers have the kinds of returns on AI that they've envisioned, or like this MIT study that it kind of threw a little cold water on that, even though it's a little more complicated? Has it not exactly lived up to expectation?
I think the expectations are huge, but I'm someone who thinks AI is underhyped because we're constantly seeing what it's capable of and just how much of a gap there is between what the technology can do and what people have implemented. But certainly, vast majority of enterprise deployments are subscale and are not yet delivering. But compared to even last year, right, the amount of a workflow end to end that AI can handle now with high accuracy and precision and just such incredible understanding of the intent of a user. Remember when we used to prompt so intensely, you are a journalist, you work at it. You don't have to do that anymore. It is so much easier to use, and it's only getting easier. So I would say that never has the potential for impact been so great. But again, the more of the workflow you can change, the more business process reengineering is required, the more change management is required. And I think it's going to be way easier for the enterprise to rebuild in adjacencies than actually transform existing processes.
So actually, I personally have my most success when my editor prompts me and says, "Jeffrey, you are a journalist, and go get the scoop." So I do want to include some audience questions, and maybe Ariel, you'll help me with this one. It's getting upvoted. So I'm prompted to be a journalist, but what if you're prompted to be an AI? So perhaps the best approach, this question from the audience says, is to elevate humans to the level of AIs via hybridization a la Neuralink. I know this is very, very different from I guess what we've been talking about per se, but
I can't wait for this.
Yeah,
Drill a hole. Let's go.
Yeah, well, we're from Silicon Valley here, and I think you probably shared an office at one point with Neuralink, right? So is the answer just to we're nervous about AI's impact on the business, so why don't we just have AI humans?
That's so funny. This question's being asked because So I was at OpenAI early enough that we would share lunch tables with Neuralink, and this was one of the conversations that we used to have was when both of these companies do the thing, then maybe we just merge them together. And this is Elon days, so very different now. But I think that the technology for Neuralink is still a bit further out, and most of the promise for that has been around clinical use cases for people that are paraplegic and other things like that. I don't know if I really think that it's a good idea to merge the two together. There's a lot of things that could go wrong. We'll say that.
That makes sense. Well, talking about things that could go wrong, Jen, we talked about you talked a lot about regulation. You help clients navigate regulation, but as far as worrying about things that could go wrong, and the last I heard, from the Paris AI Action Summit and so forth, and the AI Action Plan with the U.S. administration, we've got a laissez-faire approach now to AI regulation. So, tell us, how is this shaping the industry? But do we even have to worry about the risks anymore?
Well, I'll use that to tie back to the previous question about getting humans to the level of AI. I find that absolutely ridiculous. The level of AI that I consider is, we hear a lot about AI slop and about how the more and more that people are creating content using AI, the more homogenous it's getting, the more low quality, the more repetitive it is. Why would we want humans to degrade themselves to that level instead of continuing to try and achieve human flourishment? How can we use AI to make ourselves better, not become AI? So to tie the risks of that, the risk is that we become over-dependent on AI. The risks of it is that we outsource ourselves, outsource our thinking to something like AI. So I completely agree Neuralink can be super helpful in some areas, but we should never combine them and assume that humans and AI should be this hybrid approach. AI is a tool. It should remain a tool that helps us do better, helps us address problems we're never been able to address before. I am excited about that. I'm excited about how AI may be able to help us address climate change and life sciences and help improve longevity and health. We shouldn't be AI. It is a tool for us to achieve all those goals. So that's still the risk that I have here, is that, one, people are going to be over-dependent on it. They're going to think it's able to do things that it's not able to do. And I think, to May's point, a lot of excellent points there, but I get concerned when we say how easy it is to use AI. It's easy to use something that can also be terrible and lead to negative outcomes. And so we really need these guardrails to ensure that we're actually reaching an AI that's useful and positive. So that gets to the question about regulation, whether it's needed or not. There's certainly a lot of risks, and regulation can help ensure that there's a level playing field for people to manage the risks, but also that there's a sharing of knowledge to get there. That when I work with my clients, I don't want them feeling like, here's the responsible AI person, AI risk management, they're just going to tell me what's wrong and how I need to slow down. That's not what I try and bring to my clients. I do consider myself an AI enabler when it's the right thing in the right situation and managed in the right way. So I want people to understand that what I believe responsible AI is successful AI, is sustainable AI. It will get you more customers because they're going to trust you better. It's going to get your employees more excited about it because they know that they can trust the technology and trust that you're not just doing it to reduce headcount, which certainly is a goal of some people. It's not a goal of all of my clients. Some of my clients genuinely say, how can AI help us run a better business? How can AI help us expand what we're doing, not just do what we're doing with less people? They're trying to think about, how does AI expand those markets? So for me, responsible AI is an AI enabler, and part of it is, where can regulation play a role? I agree that this huge difference between heavy regulation in the EU and then laissez-faire regulation is not a good place to be on either side. I definitely want responsible regulation, but not heavy-handed. I do want all of you and all of my clients to feel, if I do the right thing, it's going to work out for me as a business leader, for my business, but also my users. I'm not going to cause harm to them. I'm not going to cause harm to society more broadly. We're seeing, and we continue to read these horror stories of, it's not just business mistakes. These are having real-life impact on your children, on society, and we have to manage that. Regulation can play a role, but I agree, I don't want it to slow down the best parts of AI, but I do think it's a good stick to make these big players be a bit more responsible, build in a bit more guardrails. Even as they move quickly, you can move quickly within guardrails. So I'm not talking about blockers. It is about, how does it enable us to use AI better? I'm really fun at parties. I don't just talk about all the risks of AI.
Okay, so last thing, because we're at time. We're going to do a yes or no from each of our panelists, because our audience is very impressed with our audience questions, these esoteric questions. So the top question here, free market diverse AIs of their own agency. Basically, is AI slop? Because we keep talking about AI being so sloppy and messy. Like, is AI just going to learn to be sloppy and bad because they are enforced by kind of let's say out there in the ether? Yes or no? Is AI slop? No.
Yes, without us.
I'm going to say maybe.
Wow. Okay. We'll answer that question at next year. Thank you for our panelists.
You didn't disappoint, Jeffrey. Thank you very much indeed, Jeffrey Dastin, and thanks a lot to the panelists as well. Look, this is our final session of Reuters Next coming up now, a conversation with Cohere co-founder and CEO Aidan Gomez. I don't want to steal Crystal's thunder here, but I saw a quote from Aidan that made me feel that this conversation is a fitting end to the day. It went like this. For me, artificial intelligence is the last mystery of science. We understand our physical world so well, yet intelligence and consciousness are a total mystery. Please welcome Crystal and Aidan.
Thank you for everyone for being here for the last show today before drink session. I have Aidan Gomez, the founder of Cohere, one of the most valuable AI startups in the world, and who was also a Google researcher who wrote the famous paper, Attention is All You Need, back in 2017. So very glad to have you here, Aidan, to help us connect the dots between AI research and where you're spending most time now is to help enterprises figure out where to use AI. So I'm going to kick off by, you were a researcher trying to explore the unknown of the science of artificial intelligence and how to make the model smarter. And now you're trying to help enterprises explore a bit of the unknown of how to make AI models useful in today's daily work. Which one is more difficult, and how are they different?
They're difficult in very different ways. I think research is harder to predict, and it's harder to, make progress on in a way that is consistent. Whereas when you're deploying this technology into an ecosystem, when you're putting it to work inside of an economy, you sort of know the problems that you're going to face, and you know the work that you need to do. So it's much more predictable. You can see the future a bit more clearly than you can in research, but it's both extremely, extremely hard. On the deployment side, in actual production scenarios, it's a lot of, humans are the bottleneck. They are the ones who need to be taught how to use this technology. The technology needs to be integrated into all the systems and processes that they're familiar with. And so that tends to be a lot of the work, is just interfacing with humans, teaching them. Whereas when I was at Oxford or I was at Google, I was just alone in a lab at 2 a.m. working and running experiments by myself. So it's a very different job and different set of constraints, but both equally valuable. I would say the work that I'm doing now in many ways feels more important, because all of that research work, it felt like preparatory work for what we're doing today, which is actually putting this technology that we've developed to work and getting it into the hands of humanity, seeing real value start to flow from it. Whereas during research, you have no customer. You have no real-world deployment. You're sort of pontificating on what the world might need in 5 years. So I feel much more reward from the work that I'm doing today.
In that transition, can you walk us through of how you think about building the company and make this research that you partly pioneered to be actually useful in the hands of enterprise customers?
Yeah, I mean, the set of constraints, I'd say the biggest one is privacy and security. So for Cohere, we're a little bit different than other modeling companies in that we have this deployment model where instead of us asking our customer to send their data to us on a cloud and trust us with that data, we instead send all of our technology to them. So we give them the trust, and we say, we're going to give you our entire tech stack, we're going to open it up to you, and you can deploy it inside of your infrastructure. And so that means there is zero visibility from Cohere. There's zero control over that deployment, in the sense that we can't switch it off. And so the customer has all of the control, all of the visibility. So that solves a lot of the trust issues, right? Like, I'm going to send my customer data, I'm going to send telecommunications data, financial data, healthcare data to a third party. You don't have to do that with Cohere. You can just keep that data on your infrastructure. The second major bottleneck is actually, if you think about how to make this productive within an economy, it has to fit into the economy. It has to fit into the tools that businesses use to get their work done. And so these models, it's not just models anymore. It's actually all of the software around it. We have this platform called North for building these agents, which are models which operate over long time horizons with access to tools. So they need to be plugged into all of the software, all of the tools that people use to do their job. And so that, again, demands a lot of trust, right? You're going to give these models access to the data that your employees have access to. You're going to give these models access to the systems with the same authority as the humans within your organization. And so setting up a software platform to facilitate that trust, to really trust those agents, to know that the right checks and balances are in place, that's really been our priority.
At what point building Cohere, you realize, to help enterprises develop this on-prem with their own data and to ensure that that data safety piece is really the key part instead of, other quote-unquote, I guess, simpler businesses in enterprises, which is selling APIs or some of the off-shelf solutions. How do you decide this is the angle you want to focus on?
I think it's higher impact because the off-the-shelf solutions, they don't work. They don't work for enterprises because each company is so different. The set of tools that they use, each one is like a mosaic of all these different parts. And so when you try to create something that is generic or off the shelf or out of the box, you can't actually accomplish the depth of value creation that you want. So instead, we take a bit of a different tact. We have a platform. It's extremely customizable. And then what we'll do is we'll work with the customer, like hand in hand, to do that customization work, make sure it plugs into exactly what they need, that it's tackling the use cases that they care about, that the automations they need to implement on their AI roadmap get implemented. And there's shared learning for sure. Like, companies have many similar components, but each is subtly and importantly different. And so the thesis of Cohere is build something that's customizable and then work closely with the customer to make sure each of those subtle differences that are very important to that business, their competitiveness, their unique advantage, get represented and transferred into these new ways of working.
You launched a North software platform this year. Can you share some experience of working with customers in terms of how are they growing and in terms of where that they're doubling down and using the platform?
Yeah, so we've seen strong growth. We announced a beta in January, and then we announced GA, I think it was in August or July of this year. But those early beta customers, we started out in their center of excellence. We had 200-300 people using the system. Since then, one of the world's largest banks, one of the world's largest telcos, they're now at 10,000 users. We're at a very significant chunk of the whole company. So we're seeing full, broad company scale rollout across tons of different teams, thousands of agents being created. So it's really starting to happen. It's scaling up, and we're starting to do user studies on time saved. So for the big bank, you can imagine banks are they are organizations of researchers who go out, research markets, equities, they try to provide advice, they try to react to situations in the real world quickly. And all of that is information consumption and then the ability to come up with good actions based on the information that you find. This technology is incredible at that. It's so capable of consuming information and coming up with next steps and conclusions. So stuff that used to take days or weeks to accomplish can be compressed into literally minutes.
During the customers that you're working with, do they usually start with a small team of POC with you guys and then expand? What are the ROIs or evidence that they need to basically sign up more contracts with you?
Yeah, it tends to start in a early adopter team. I described it as a center of excellence or a team tasked with, we are the ones who are going to, test an AI solution and see if it's going to scale. So we start there. We do some usually applications for that team specifically. Like it might be the machine learning team, right? Like the company might decide they know AI, and so they're going to be our center of excellence. They're going to test all our stuff. So we'll work on their use cases and prove value to them. And then they begin replicating that with different teams, the capital markets team, the private wealth team, the whatever. So that's the usual mode of expansion.
And to the model that you just talked about, we got actually some questions from the audience as well to understand a bit more. Is it fair to think of you guys as more kind of a service type of professional service provider with a lot of customizations? Like someone asked, how is it different from kind of a Palantir of the world or the RPA processors of the world?
So we can provide services sort of as part of implementing some of the automations or customizing a model. But the core value that we bring is the technology, right? It's like this application. It's the models inside the application. It's the ability to serve those models extremely efficiently, like only on 2 GPUs or a single GPU. That is the technology is the value. To make that technology productive within a specific enterprise, there's an integration step that needs to be done. We can do that. One of our partners can do that, or the customer themselves can do it.
On the deployment side, I've heard a lot of more labs talking about using forward deployment engineers to actually bridge the gap between the research capabilities and what the customer actually needs. I'm curious what you guys are adapting there.
Yeah, I think it's incredibly important for the reason that I was saying earlier about like generic off-the-shelf solutions not being effective. FDEs are that bridge between a platform, which is general, but without customization isn't very useful. The FDEs can come in, sit with the customer, understand their objectives, and then do the work to shape this platform into exactly what the customer needs. So we've been building out our FDE team. We call them AML, Applied Machine Learning, and it's been extremely effective. We're also trying to train more people to do that sort of work. We don't want to be the only ones doing that. It's not scalable. Cohere isn't going to hire 1 million developers to go do this and really scale this into the economy. So we need to train many more people to do that work, and we're starting to do that now.
How big is the team now?
I don't know. I think we're like 550.
Yeah, and then within that, the forward deployment engineer team is how?
Yeah, I don't know how large it is at this point. Maybe like 50 of those. So like 10% of the company. We're still mostly research, product, a growing sales effort. But yeah, we're growing quickly, expecting, I think, to nearly double next year.
Is that the growth mostly going to still from the researcher side or sales and marketing at this point?
Much more. The problem is less, like the project of getting this technology into the economy is much less about research questions. It's much more about deployment, product, and go-to-market. So that will be the area of the business that grows the fastest. But of course, we're still going to hire great researchers and engineers.
Yeah, at its core, you are a researcher and you guys have a research team. I think before people would consider you guys in the kind of the frontier models race, throw more more type of GPUs at the solving a problem and make the models bigger and bigger. But sounds like you're no longer technically in that race, or you have a different nuanced take on that.
Well, our models do keep getting bigger. And so it's just not at the same, our capital strategy is so different than the others. We are not going to burn tens of billions of dollars to build the technology. We're going to burn money proportional to our revenue growth, which I think is a much healthier, stable, sensible, old-fashioned way of building a business. And we've always taken that tact. We haven't done one of these large cloud deals where, one of our suppliers pays us money and we pay it right back. We haven't done any of those quite intentionally. So it's just a different strategy. At the same time, if you look at our models on benchmarks, they're slightly behind those guys that spend tens of billions, but relative to what we're spending, which might be it might literally be 1% of what they're spending, we are extremely competitive. You get 90% of the performance on 2 GPUs instead of 60, and you only burn a single-digit % of what these other guys are burning. I think it's just a better business.
Do you fundamentally not the fact that you actively intentionally choose not to do that capital strategy? Is it because you don't think like maybe more compute necessarily always bring the best results or best use cases? Or?
I think that's objectively true in the numbers. Like if you look over the past few years, since there's been all of this scaling, what everyone is seeing is a slowdown in the improvement of the models. We're so post-economic. Like spending an incremental $10 billion a year to improve your model does not deliver the ROI on the technology itself to justify that. So I think we're at a place now where the world has realized we may have gone a little bit too far in terms of how big we build these models, what we spend to develop them, and there's a correction coming back to smaller models, more efficient models. Cohere has always sort of stayed in the sweet spot. Yes, our models are getting bigger over time. We are spending more over time, but that's grown with our revenue. And it's also stayed within some pretty hard constraints, like the enterprises that we sell to, they can't afford to spend, tens of millions of dollars on a single node, a single copy of your model. They can't do that. And so we're going to build models that fit on only a couple GPUs instead, because that is right size for market. So we've had those constraints, which I think have been healthy and forced us to innovate, right? Squeeze as much intelligence, as much performance out of 2 GPUs, instead of just saying the costs don't matter. We're going to just throw money at the problem and see if that works.
Despite having a different capital strategy than some of your rivals, you do need to raise capital, and I think you have alluded to the idea potentially going to the public market to tap that capital. How do you think about that role shaping up for Cohere? What do you need to kind of prepare to get ready for that moment?
Yeah, well, we brought on a CFO over the summer. He's the guy who took Uber public. And so we're getting the talent into Cohere to get us ready on those processes. There's no specific timeline for us going public. But like I said, I think our capital strategy, what our P&L looks like, it's just way more attractive. It's a better business.
And how do you think about the growth in terms of working with different customers? Because it feels like now this market in general rewards top-line growth instead of margin when you look at the AI stuff.
I totally agree with that. We have very, very healthy margins. But I agree, others have been taking a strategy of negative margins are fine, growth at all costs. Yeah, it's a different strategy.
And a lot of people would point to all the money and billions of dollars we invest in the infra layer would make sense once we get to a point of potential AGI and like autonomous, enterprises and a lot of work, high value economic work will be replaced by that. I'm curious, as a researcher, now CEO and a former researcher, how do you see that path to it?
Yeah, no, I think a lot of people thought it would be easy, right? Like getting to this artificial superintelligence where the model itself will figure out how to make money. Like we'll just ask it, what's the best way to make money? And it'll go figure it out. Turns out there's no such thing as, free money and a money printing machine. So these models have not just taken off and become super intelligent over the past few years. They've become massively intelligent. They're extraordinary machines. Like no one can deny that. And the value that they'll create is extraordinary. But it won't be easy. It won't be as easy as just, we can throw more chips at it and it will get, infinitely more intelligent. So I personally don't believe a lot of these stories that have also fueled stories of like, Terminators and Doomsdays and these sort of sci-fi narratives that emerged. They've since become unpopular because people have been faced with the reality of the technology. They get to watch and experience it themselves. So reality is starting to hit about the technology. And I think that's really good. And that's not a negative statement about it. It will create enormous value, but there's no free lunch. We're going to have to do the work to make these models good at all the different fields that we care about and do the work to integrate it into those fields. It'll take time. And it will not be, one winner takes all or recursive self-improvement where it takes off, becomes super intelligent, and takes over the world. That's not going to happen. But instead, we're going to get a lot of great new medicines over time. We're going to get dramatically more productive and robust economies. The price of things will fall. But we need to be thinking of this as a decades-long project.
You mentioned the kind of a narrow margin between top models, including yours, compared to other AI model companies. I remember we last saw each other at Davos, and after that, there was a whole DeepSeek moment from China and open source, and people were wondering how this is gonna, shaping out of the models that people use. And this is undeniably the year of Chinese open source models have dominated a lot of the top performance open source models that could rival a lot of the proprietary models like the ones that you guys are building. How do you see that in your conversations with enterprises? Are they a real threat, or enterprises are still pretty worried and not actually adopting a lot of open source?
I serve liberal democracies, and so they tend not to be very willing to use Chinese technology as critical infrastructure in their economies. So I tend not to compete with the Chinese models that much. I do have to say they're incredibly impressive. They are extremely high-performing models. The margin between the best Chinese open source model and the best closed source model is not that far. Take that for what you will, but I think it's interesting and a bit concerning. The good news is I don't think those doomsday scenarios are a reality, and so whether China or the U.S. gets it first, it won't be that consequential. More of the thing that actually matters is who is the primary service provider of this technology. It's not who gets the technology first, it's who is the one who commercializes it at scale. I think the U.S., I'm Canadian, and Cohere's Canadian as well. I think the U.S., Canada, we sit in a incredible position to be the world's partner in adopting this technology. I think we will win against China.
Because the adoption side of it.
Yeah, I think people trust democracies more. If you're going to pick a stack, if there's only a few people who create this technology around the world, and you're going to pick a partner upon which to rely on to transform your entire economy, I think you will pick a liberal democracy.
On that note, thank you so much, Aidan, for sharing your views. Thanks, everyone, for
joining.
Thank you
for having me.
Very much to Crystal and to Aidan. Look, that is it. That is Next New York program wrap for 25. It is our global club of Next events done for the year as well. I mentioned at the start that we've pretty much been adding a year over the past few years. So alongside New York, we have Asia, Gulf, and coming next year in June, London as well. We're already hard at work getting those programs right. A lot of that is based on your feedback, of course. Are we getting the mix of geopolitics, macroeconomics, technology, fashion? Are we getting that mix right? It's the hardest part of curating an event like this, so please do let us know. For me, the mix has been exciting, sometimes intriguing, daringly eclectic. I think the UNSG and Sarah Jessica Parker bookending day one. The glamour and challenge of space and the fashion industry, day two. We've focused on the unpredictable, the fragile, the chaotic, the tragic, but we've also focused on the excitement, the dynamism, and the stories of hope. And Next will continue to do that here in New York, in Asia, in the Middle East, and in London. So that was Reuters Next New York 2025. It's been a real pleasure having you join us. Keep watching. It's only going to get better. Safe travels home.